We're underway in the first race of the day, the Masters Women. We have the start list in front of us. Katie has got it well annotated already.
Hopefully you can read it, Neil. It is fairly messy, but we have 21 teams entered and 21 teams have shown and declared their teams this morning here at Victoria Park. The Masters Women's race last year was won by Annandale Striders, but unfortunately they have no team this year, leaving the race wide open. It's looking like Delta AC, amongst some others, will be looking to get that Northern Ireland and Ulster title here in East Belfast.
So I think the athletes will do a two-lap circuit off the Victoria Park. I think we'd sort of be looking at around 12-13 minutes per leg, possibly for the leading athletes. So it shouldn't be too long until we see them reappear coming down the home stretch here, which is probably, I'm guessing, maybe 300 or 400 metres of a sight line that we can see anyway.
Pretty good conditions this morning. Victoria Park does have a bit of a reputation for being quite windy, but the wind is definitely calm this morning. This long stretch as the athletes come into the home straight on each lap can be fairly windy. I think we know that from running these.
We know that from the park run now. I have to say the park run has obviously ran clockwise and anti-clockwise. I do remember when it was ran clockwise, there was always a bit of a headwind going out. So I would expect the athletes to have a tailwind on the home stretch there. But to be honest, I mean, there's not really much wind to be talking about really. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Yes, we're also a little bit sheltered here today. I feel like some of our athletics club's tents are going to be protecting the runners from any wind that is coming off that dual carriageway direction.
So we have a host of teams in there today: Beachmount Harriers, County Antrim Harriers, Roadrunners AC, Scrabo Striders, City Lisburn, Tefelta. We've actually had a great debrief on the Tefelta club from the one and only Cara Purvis. I think have a huge influence on the club. They are entered in the Masters Women. I think we'll see them later on. Men. Some dogs on the course as well, which isn't ideal.
Because this is an open and operating park, our runners definitely do have to avoid a few other obstacles. Just like with the park run, we might have some children on scooters and on bikes and some dogs running around.
Something to watch out for.
Some extra obstacles today. But yes, the Tefelta ladies team, on the first leg we've got Louise, second leg we've got Shauna, then third leg I'm not entirely sure, and then fourth leg we've got Nicola, and they placed 5th last year. With the absence of Annandale Striders, they are going to be looking to get onto that podium, and I think the ladies were very excited as it is a big occasion for them today, and I know Pepper was saying that they are maybe a little bit nervous, so hopefully they can pull it out of the bag and get onto the podium.
And of course North Down as well, they have actually 4 teams involved in this Masters Women's race as well. Always a great showing from them. Victoria Park and Connswater as well is the home club here, and they have put on a fantastic amount of organisation to get this show on the road here today as well.
Yes, large number of volunteers from the Victoria Park and Connswater Club, a real community effort coming today to host this Northern Ireland and Ulster Road relay. We've also got Ballydrain Harriers, 2 teams from them. They're of course a Masters club with, obviously they have a big Masters section, so not surprising that they have 2 teams out there. We've also got Dromore AC and 2 Lagan Valley teams, along with Ballymena Runners. And we're also expecting a good showing from Keeperlit as well. And there's also Jog Lisburn Running Club, Mollusk Harriers and Monkstown Spartans.
So it shouldn't be too long until we see them reappearing, just coming from the general direction of the car park as they approach the start of the lap. As I say, it's going to be 4 legs, so I think we'd be expecting sort of 12-13 minutes for the leading athletes coming through here.
I did write down what the fastest leg was last year, but I cannot remember.
I would say
they'll be on the move today, so
we're on the move, so we're on a mobile location here, so we don't have the same facility to, of course.
Who do you think is going to be the first person coming through here on this first
I mean, just
leg?
looking down the start list, I think you'd be sort of looking at the likes of Beachmount Harriers. Catherine Diver is in great shape. Maria Morris, Roisin Hughes, and McCluskey as well. So I think the Beachmount team will certainly be a team to beat here. Northdown A team as well will be hard to rule out. And of course that City of Lisburn AC team as well. And just looking down there, I think we can see our first athlete appearing. It is the Northdown A team, and I think that is Claire Quigley. She's got a lead of about 60 metres on Beachmount Harriers and Roadrunners.
So sorry, that is Keeper Lit. That is
Keeper Lit.
Bridget coming through there, first place on that first
looking
lap.
very smooth.
Catherine Diver of Beachmount Harriers and Roadrunners AC.
And Judith Lonnan off the City Lisburn Club coming through as well in 4th place. And we're straight into the second leg.
Then we've got our Lagan Valley A team and Ballydrain A team as well.
Should say, and so the race is really strung out already in this early stage. I mean, we've already got a commanding lead for the Roadrunners Club.
Yeah.
So we were giving we should mention we were given the start lists about 30 minutes before the race started. So excuse us if some of the names may be wrong. The declarations were to be confirmed about 30 minutes before each race. So understandably, the start leg coming to ourselves. So we'll just keep an eye on how this race develops. But it does look like it's the Keeper Lit Club of Bridget, Leanne, Anna and Georgia in the lead.
They were, of course, the winners of the Lagenside 10K team race, so they were definitely maybe not to be expected to be in the lead on this first lap, but definitely that was quite a convincing lead.
Very convincing. It'll just be interesting to see how the team holds up over the coming legs. I know most teams will try and put their strongest athlete out first to try and get that advantage going on to the second leg, so it will be interesting to see how it develops.
Just seeing Scrabble Striders coming through the start-finish area as the athlete starts their second lap. That is Lindsay Blair from Scrabble Striders.
But will you make sure you try and get back here?
Four, 7, 1, 0, 9, 6, 3, 7, 0,
Could I also ask any team managers if you have any unused chips in your envelope, you please drop them back to registration or drop them to me here at the Victoria Park Connswater SC tent. There are 3 big black buckets. Just drop them into that. Leave them in the envelope, please. That'd be ideal. Judith Lonnan's made a move.
And it looks like Judith Lonnan of the City of Lisburn Club coming in to take the lead as we approach the second leg. Keeperlet still holding on to second place, Roadrunners in third, and looks like Beachmount Harriers, Catherine Diver in fourth place.
So yes, as we can see, so much can change on that second lap, with Keeperlet having a significant lead on the first lap. But it was Judith Lonnan of City of Lisburn that made some really great moves, handing over to Heather Collin in first place.
I think the risk always is you can easily go off too hard in that first lap, and then you're in agony coming onto the second lap and you still realise you have a lap to run. It's almost like an extended version of an 800 race, which you would know well about, except obviously it's just over a mile a lap.
I will say, from doing the park run, these laps do feel quite long. There's not a massive amount of support on that back side of the lap as you're kind of coming past where Bombardier and the industrial estate is. It can be a little bit lonely, and if you haven't paced yourself well, you're really going to struggle in that second section, especially whenever you're doing
a few long straights as well, just coming down the back of the course. I think that's where you can maybe get a wind exposure, especially if you're not sheltered behind the athlete in front of you. But I think, just looking at the change over there, it's a very tight race. We have 4 teams there within, say, 60, 70 metres of one another. So it's just going to depend on how each team's strength and depth sort of shows over the coming legs.
Yes, it was. Like, if you're not running, no one's running in a pack, okay? It's not massively stretched out here. And I definitely think that second lap it was starting to become a little bit more bunched, but no one's really working together at this point. We're not seeing an awful lot of tactics going on as such, but it's a long way to go as well. As you say, it is the strength and depth of these clubs that really determine who is going to be the winner.
Yeah, and it is Ethan McCune of the Roadrunners AC Club which took the baton there in second place. City of Lisburn's, it looks like it's
Heather
Collin, and of course then Anne Terrick and Kelly Neely will be taking the anchor leg. Kelly's in great shape as well. She's been doing plenty of early winter training to try and get her winter underway, so this would be a great introduction for just to see how her initial few weeks of training has went.
Yeah, Kelly kind of maybe finished track season slightly earlier than previous years, but obviously then that means that she has a little bit more base behind her. This is a challenging event, I think, for our track athletes. It's pretty early in the season.
It's very early.
And I know that I have some memories of running this race definitely feeling particularly unfit. So
yeah.
It's definitely a bit of a challenge, but for anyone that's focusing on cross country or road this year, it is well within their,
And it is on a week earlier this year. It's usually on that sort of last week September, start of October. So it just gives the track athletes maybe just that week less preparation, which some of them will not thank you for. But I mean, as I say, it's great to get out, get into the club atmosphere, and we have. I mean, in this race we have 22 clubs involved. So it's a great turnout.
Yeah, excellent turnout. So all that was entered have shown up, which is great to see, because sometimes we can see some start lists and think okay, that's
you get some no-shows,
but we get lots of no-shows. But obviously, the clubs have come together and made sure that they have filled these team rosters today. Just seeing North Down AC coming through the start-finish area. They of course have 4 teams entered today. Great showing from North Down Masters Women's.
And it won't be long until we see our leading athlete come through here, and it looks like it is going to probably be City of Lisburn.
Neil's taller than me, so he can see what's going on.
I don't think I'm that tall. I don't think I can see over the trees yet, though. So
yeah, so we'll rely on Neil for the first call on who is going to be
coming through
on this second leg. So we are going to be looking to see if we can see either Helen or Heather Collin of City of Lisburn, or Aoife McKeown of Roadrunners, or we're also going to be keeping an eye out for Leanne McKenna from Keeper Lit.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight here, I think.
Those are the 3 ladies we're looking out for.
You'd probably have to think the City of Lisburn club does have the wealth of experience behind them. Judith Lonan, obviously, very experienced athlete, and then of course Kelly on the final.
Kelly, of course, is European and World Masters champion, so they have great pedigree on that team. And I know that plenty of people will be looking maybe to that team and hoping
that's right,
that maybe Kelly wasn't going to be making a showing today.
And incidentally, the European Masters is actually on this weekend in Italy, so we'll keep an eye out on that as well.
Be influencing some of our teams today if there was anyone competing.
Absolutely,
internationally.
I know Catherine O'Connor off the East Down club is competing over there this weekend, so that definitely had an impact on the East Down senior women's team. But hopefully they can still put on a great performance.
I was thinking if Catherine was running, it would have been a fantastic team for East Down in that senior ladies race to come later on. But Neil, can you give us the insight? Who is running for East Down?
I can, yeah. So East Down will have Commonwealth Youth Games athlete, European Junior Cross athlete Anna Gardner will be taken to the field. Young athlete Abigail will be also there. Caroline O'Hare, and the 4th athlete is...
Testing your knowledge.
This is testing my knowledge. This is really testing my knowledge. Can't remember her name. I know she's associated with. She's actually resides in London, so it's a great team. Though I think it's going to be wide open in the women's race. I think you'd be looking towards the likes of Annadale, North Down, and then it'll probably be a toss-up maybe for that 3rd position. And there's Roadrunners coming through, and they have actually opened up quite a considerable lead on Maria Morris of Beachmount Harriers.
Yeah, so we're seeing a massive change in the standings here with Leanne McKenna of Keeper Lit into 1st place. Beachmount Harriers,
Maria Morris, and then that is Heather Collin.
Heather Collin of City of Lisburn. So a massive change again in the standings on this second leg for the second lap.
And I'm sure we'll probably mention it many times today, but the race can change just so quickly, just be going out the first lap that bit too quick.
Yeah, it's really important about pacing yourselves. As we say, it's not super stretched out, but our athletes aren't really working together, meaning that you truly are working on your own. Just seeing the Lagan Valley A team going through there, Victoria McCapney, and Roadrunners AC also going through. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a battle here further down the field between North Down, Ballymena Runners and Ballydreen.
Looks like Ballydreen, yeah. How much of a gap do you think you could give the athlete in front of you in terms of going on to that last leg? Like, what is achievable? I mean, you would like to think if the likes of Kelly Neely was coming on to the last leg and there was, say, 100 metres or more to make up, you would definitely fancy maybe to try and give it a good go anyway.
Yeah, so Kelly, depending on how those two athletes in the middle for City of Lisburn are going to do, I suppose you could maybe make up 10, 20 seconds. So we'll have to keep an eye on that gap and see if it is possible to get back on it.
I suppose the way to look at it, each lap is just over a mile long. So, if one athlete was say running, let's say for talk's sake, 6 minute mile pace, and the chasing athlete was say running maybe 5:50, 5:45, you're looking maybe at a 30-second swing, which is quite considerable.
Yeah, no, it could be a considerable swing, just depending on who people have out on that last leg. So it really depends on the strategy of the clubs at this stage. Some people will maybe front load their teams, and then other people will be thinking about, some more tactical sort of scenarios that we might use in terms of sprint relays, which is usually you put your fastest person out first, but also have maybe the second fastest person going last on that anchor leg. So it depends kind of what strategies our teams have used today, and it certainly looks like City of Lisburn have used that traditional sprint relay strategy where they are front loading and back loading the strength of their team and potentially having those slightly slower runners in the middle and hoping they can pull it off by relying on that final leg.
What would your thoughts be on having a possible mixed relay event? I mean, we've seen it in the world athletics scene. That famous finish from Femke Bowl in the mixed 4x4. It's just, I think it adds a wealth of tactics to it, because obviously it depends which athlete you put in which leg. But I just think it would probably be there would be a lot of clubs that would be thinking, we would have a real chance in winning that sort of event.
I mean, I think the Olympics and the IOC are really pushing mixed gender events at global and European championships. And the reason for that is obviously gender equality. We're seeing mixed gender events at every sport in the Olympics. That is what they're aiming for. I think that is one of the IOC's goals. And I feel like if we're wanting to promote that on a global level, of course Northern Ireland and Ulster.
I don't think it's too far away. I think it's definitely something that would be embraced if we were able to get a mixed relay event. The only thing I could see maybe being an issue is the fact that we also have the senior and masters events, so it may be a case that some athletes may have to double up.
I don't know if I want to double up on this day.
It would be a difficult double. I don't know, maybe having the mixed relay as the last event of the day.
Maybe a bit shorter, like you
or
could
maybe
do it like
one lap, maybe
something.
possibly.
We'll propose it, Neil.
It could be proposed.
We can suggest it.
Just one for the future, anyway.
Yeah, just seeing Scrabble Striders B team coming through the start-finish area there, along with one of our many North Down AC teams.
So I think we'll be looking towards the likes of Anna Donnelly here to maybe take the baton on for Keeper Lit, as well as City Lisburn's Anne Terrick.
Yeah, we're also going to be looking to Roadrunners AC Paula Owens as well to see if she can try and claw back. Roadrunners on their first leg were a little bit further up, but it seems like they're potentially slipping back a bit. So it looks like Paula Owens of Roadrunners is going to be trying to get them back into contention. We've also on that third leg, we're going to have Roisin Hughes from Beachmount. So Beachmount are still in contention, but she will be trying to look to get Beachmount secured on that medal podium.
Will it be the Keeper Lit club that we see first coming down this home straight? Has she went too hard in the first lap?
Well,
possibly.
I think that's what we've seen previously, was on that first leg, we had Keeper Lit, I think, was coming through first on the first leg, and then it was all change on that second lap. But it looks like it's still going to be Keeper Lit.
Keeper Lit still have a commanding lead.
So that's Leanne McKenna of Keeper Lit. She's maintained her lead on that second lap, which is definitely one of the challenges of today. And right behind her like Maria Morris of Beachmount has made great moves to hand over to the third leg runner in second.
And Maria Morris has maybe just lost maybe 20 metres, I would say, just on that second lap. But it's definitely attainable, you would like to think. And we're still waiting on seeing City Lisburn appear coming down the home straight. It doesn't look like they're within contact anymore, so it could be a real difficult challenge to try and close this gap.
Yeah, so big gap from the keeper list and Beachmount Harriers to our potential third placer.
It looks like it's Lagan Valley. Lagan Valley have made up a tremendous amount of ground on that lap.
That is Victoria McCartney from Lagan Valley making up great ground, handover in third place.
And Ballydrain Harriers, North Down. We had mentioned actually just going on to the second lap that it would have been a tight battle between North Down, Ballydrain. So it looks like they've made a breakaway, and looking down we can see City Lisburn.
Also handing over there is Ballymena runners. So yes, we were commenting on how it was those three, Ballydrain, Ballymena runners, and who was the third one there that handed over? Yeah, they were having a really closely fought battle, but it looked like it was Ballydrain Harriers that started to pull away. And it is City of Lisburn just coming into that chute now to change over, and it's going to be Anne Terrick taking over on the third leg for City of Lisburn.
It'll be interesting to see the tactics that beach runners now apply in the form of Roisin Hughes. Will she go and try and close that gap in the first lap, or will she just be a bit more patient and try and just slowly close in just over the 2 lap distance? I think it's going to depend really, on how the keeper lit club are able to hold on in Anne Donnelly. I think if she's smart enough, she can just hold a bit in reserve. If the likes of Roisin just comes up on her shoulder, she maybe just pushes a bit more, but we'll soon find out.
I mean, I know that I would always prefer to have company on these types of races and really just leave it up to that last leg runner to make those tactical decisions. So yeah, I feel like it's important, as we've seen, not to push too much on that first lap. But maybe if you were the keeper lit runner, you would be thinking, maybe I'm going to just take it easy, relax a little bit, and then maybe pull away on that second lap rather than really pushing to try and maintain the lead.
Yeah.
There's a bit of fear that comes with having a lead like that. Just coming into that chute now is Tafelta AC as well.
I was very impressed by the Lagan Valley leg there in Victoria McCartney. I mean, I think they were comfortably sitting in maybe 6th or 7th place, and they've come through there and just outside the top 3. So it'll be interesting to see if they can maybe close in on that podium spot.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. There was a bit of a gap, of course, between them and second placers Beachmount. But if their third leg runner, which is Shalene O'Kane, can try and maintain that position, then there was a massive gap from them back to the next runners.
And Shalene has plenty of experience as well. She runs quite regularly in the Hill and Dale series. So it'll be interesting to see just how her road speed is here, just if she can try and keep working down that gap.
I mean, definitely, this is very different to a Hill and Dale series race, but hopefully her strength can really come through on that second lap. I know that this is much shorter for a lot of our other road runners, and it maybe would be a little bit of a shock to the legs, that's for sure. It's almost a sprint distance, this road. It
might as well be, indeed, yeah. So it won't be long until we see them reappear down towards the car park. One thing I always remember just from running in the relays is you think you're near the finish, but you're not really.
It's very deceptive.
I would say that finishing, I mean, you can literally see the last, I would say you can see the last at least 300 metres.
Definitely feels long, especially whenever you've got lung burn and leg burn over this distance.
Definitely. I would say it's comfortably 600-700 metres from the car park. You sort of think when you get to the car park you're nearly there, but you're not really. And if anyone tells you that, if anyone's cheering you on, says, "Yeah, you're near the finish," you're really not. you're definitely not. You've been conned.
But yeah, there's really great support here in the start-finish area. Some of the other later leg runners, our fourth leg runners, have sort of been hanging around and cheering on their team members to see where they're positioned and sort of waiting around. I've seen Kelly Neely getting ready to warm up and go. Because there's such a gap from first leg to last leg in this race, so it's a little bit of hanging around for those last leg runners. So they won't have even started their warm up by the time the race starts.
I think Kelly is going to have a real challenge to try and get the City Lisburn team back into contention for the podium positions. I think she would have to be looking at clawing back 45 seconds, maybe more, which is going to be a tall order.
Yeah, definitely a tall order for Kelly, but she is really
She's capable. She is capable.
She's been training at the moment with Mark Kirk running and enjoying some sessions with the younger girls, and also really putting it to them on the hills and things like that. So her strength is definitely still there. Absolutely,
and we were actually doing a hill session last week, and Kelly was flying up the hills. Had to look over the shoulder a few times.
Did you have the fear put into you?
Yeah, I definitely did. But it looks like the Keeper Lit Club is still in the lead.
It looks like Beachmount have closed that gap a little bit.
It's definitely closed. I mean, it's down to about 30 metres.
That gap was extensive. So it looks like that third leg runner of Roisin Hughes from Beachmount Harriers has really tried to make up the gap on our third leg runner from Keeper Lit, Anna Donnelly.
So Roisin Hughes, Anna Donnelly coming through, looking very smooth indeed. Has she paced this just right? Beachmount also looking very smooth. And she's close that must be, I mean, it's less than 20 metres at this stage, so I would fancy Beachmount to possibly be in the lead going on to that final leg.
Potentially, but potentially we've seen Roisin really pushing to, try and close that gap, and maybe use all the gas in the second lap might be a little bit tougher for her.
And Rachel will be taking the baton for Beachmount, so it's going to be a very tight finish, I think, especially if Beachmount and Keeper Lit are side by side coming into the final leg.
Yeah, just looking to see who is going to be coming through for our third. If there's been any changes. Looks like that's North Down.
North Down moving well.
Yeah, so North Down have made some great moves. They were much further back in the field. That was Stephanie Graham of North Down moving into third place.
They were side by side with Ballydrain. They've opened up a bit of a gap.
And then
Mollusk Harriers.
Looks like it's going to be Roadrunners AC also moving through the field. That was Paula Owens from Roadrunners. So there's been another change in our position.
It's changing all the time, it really is.
And Ballymena Runners also coming through. And City of Lisburn are making some moves.
That's Anne Terrick.
Anne Terrick has started to close the gap a little bit on Ballydrain Harriers.
And the crowds are really starting to gather as well. We have the Masters men on next, of course. Then we have the senior women and senior men's event. The senior men's event kicking off at 15 minutes past 4.
So yeah, it's a long enough schedule here in Victoria Park, but of course because we've got 4 runners in each team, each leg taking in excess of 10 minutes for the majority of our athletes here. It is, it takes a while to get us through that.
There's a good host of teams to run in the Masters men as well. Ward Park Runners, Glenlock Running Club, County Antrim Harriers, East Antrim Harriers, Roadrunners, Scrabble Striders, Beachmount Harriers, Victoria Park and Conswater are the host club. Drumore AC, Lagan Valley, Ballymena and Antrim, North Down AC, Mollusk Harriers, East Down, Monkstown, Springwell, North Belfast Harriers. A very strong Masters men as well. I'm looking forward to seeing the Ballymena and Antrim team. They actually have 4 teams out. Gareth Hill will be taking to the line in the Ballymena and Antrim A team. Who else we have? We have Drumore. They'll be hard to stop as well. Beachmount Harriers, I think, will represent very well in the men's side of things as well.
Yeah, and they've won this event many times, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on. I wonder if Conor Curran is going to be in our Masters team or the senior team. I'm not sure what his.
I think we'll see. I think we'll see Conor in the Masters. As far as I'm aware, I have got a few leaks off the North Belfast senior men's team. Cahir Purvis is in that one, so I think Conor, I mean, is in great shape. Has shown great form throughout the track season, so he'll definitely be looking possibly to set one of the faster legs today in the Masters men. Just as I say that, he just passes us. We'll maybe get a few words from him just as he walks past. Maybe not. So that'll be. He's focused. He's fully focused. So Anna Donnelly, Roisin Hughes, which one are we going to see first?
I think we're going to see Roisin Hughes. I feel like,
she looked like she had some reserve, didn't she? Just as she was coming past, she didn't panic going into the third leg. She sort of thought, look, I can just sort of take my time, close in the.
We want it to be exciting.
We want it to be exciting. We want it to be siding, neck and neck coming up the home straight here, coming into the final leg. So hopefully we do get that, and we get a bit of atmosphere going.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of supporters on this home straight near the start-finish area, and hopefully they can really get behind these ladies as they will be coming in to change over to their final leg runners. We, of course, I think one of the other challenges of this particular race is that, given kind of the depth and the change in variety and the strength of each different team, you are going to be dealing with some lap runners as well. So not only is the park
a challenge.
Not only is the park open right now to the public, and we've got kids on scooters and dogs and bikes, but we also have lap runners, so it's really about trying to work out how you can technically deal with that. And they can be useful as well. It can be useful to use them to pick people off and maybe sit on someone for a while, get a little bit of extra motivation if you don't have anyone else to run with.
Yeah, absolutely, and the field is well strung out, so we have seen a few athletes sort of coming through there that we had to sort of double check if they were.
Is that? I think that's
Roisin Hughes.
Just getting the first glimpses of our leading athletes, and correctly. Like
so Roisin Hughes has actually opened up a fairly sizable gap here on the keeper-led athlete Anna Donnelly.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Roisin Hughes of Beachmount Harriers handing over to her fourth leg and final anchor runner in first place. Great leg from Roisin Hughes as she hands over to Rachel McCluskey.
And Rachel is out strong as Keeper Lit comes through.
Looks like Anna Donnelly of Keeper Lit coming through, passing over in second place to Georgia. And very close finish from Lygon Valley in third, where we're seeing Shilleen O'Kane hand over to Sarah McNutt. So yes, really close finish there, and it'll be interesting to see if Lygon Valley can get back onto those other two athletes in first and second place.
Beachmount and Keeper Lit, I mean, just looking at them head out onto that final leg, they both went out very aggressively. So let's hope we don't see any sort of last lap struggles, but I think you really have to get out hard, commit, but do it in a way that's not going to completely destroy you for the second lap.
Yeah, and Stephanie Graham of North Down just changing, passing over to her fourth leg athlete in fourth place. She has opened up a big gap on Roadrunners AC and Ballydrain Harriers, who she was battling with on the last lap. So well done to Stephanie Graham of North Down AC on securing kind of a more solid fourth place finish potentially for North Down. But a fast finish from our Roadrunners AC athlete. And it's Ballydrain Harriers passing over in sixth.
Fastest leg time so far on leg 3 has been Lygon Valley's 12:34. In the Beachmount 12:57. Rothschild had a 13 Dan. Elizabeth 13-19. Starting Friday punishment for bumping the runners. 13:53 for Geraldine.
I'm starting to come called the week.
If you see anyone else,
I know those
So we're just looking down the back straight. Stramore finishing really strongly on this third leg.
Christmas Eve with the private end. Not one has found the leg. The Bishop extended the lead. Keeping the hunt. She's also a fast record holder for
Now we've actually been able to grab one of the athletes, or we've actually got all three of the athletes from the Beachmount Harriers team who are in the lead going into the final leg. We have Catherine Diver. Catherine, strong. Just want to talk us through how you sort of planned it out?
There was no plan, really. I was put in the lady who went up really fast, so I kind of watched her pace and thought, I'm not going there. So I just
Okay.
sat at my own pace, being aware of other people. Like,
Well, a sensible run then, just not trying to get sucked into it.
sensible, tried to hold my pace and then tried to crescendo the second lap and then just held on.
Very good.
Yes. And then the other girls, I came through in fourth. Maria did a really good second leg and she moved up into second. I think she came up second really quick soon on the second lap. And then Roisin had an absolute belter.
Roisin had an incredible leg there. I mean, I think she maybe has a lead of about 15-20 metres, so it'll be interesting to see when they come down the straight how much of a gap it is then.
Yeah.
But we were saying just how much the race can change just in 2 laps, because some of the athletes maybe go out that wee bit too hard in the first leg or the first lap, and then they're struggling that second lap. But it should be interesting just to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I think the strong thing about our team is we really have a lot of sort of we're all at the same level, do that way, so we know that we're all around the same stuff.
Very good. And what's next for you then? Tomorrow, incidentally, the TJ McAmeal Cup, I believe, up in Armagh. Will you have much of a representation up there? Will anybody be keen enough to head?
Name down, but that's to be seen how
To be confirmed.
Yeah, but my daughter was going, so and then I think a lot of the juniors are going as well. So we have junior representation, but maybe not so many seniors. But
Okay.
once senior cross country comes up, I think we'll have teams in there too.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. So just looking down, I think that looks like Lagan Valley. They have made up serious ground on that first lap. Made up there by Sarah McNulty. That is a serious move. So in the lead coming into the second lap, Beachmount Harriers in second and Keeper Lit in third.
Yeah, so massive change of lead there. Lagan Valley, the third leg runner really put them in contention, but it looks like Sarah McNutt of Lagan Valley has really pushed on in the first lap and actually opened up a considerable lead over Beachmount Harriers and Keeper Lit.
Has she went too hard in that first lap? That's the real question. Can Beachmount and Keeper Lit maybe work together just to close that gap back?
Well, definitely there's a little bit more company there for Rachel McClusker and who's the last one? Georgia for Keeper Lit. So they have a little bit more company. They might be able to work together. There might be a bit more motivation. It is Sarah McNutt of Lagan Valley that is going to be shot. She is there to be shot at. She is the target. She's got the target on her back, and can she maintain it for this second lap?
It's a long way to the finish. Just over a mile for each lap.
Just getting a sighting of Kelly Neely coming through there. I think she's moved City of Lisburn from about fifth position into
fourth, yeah. So
she's made up some great ground there.
She's going to need
quite a big gap.
a massive second lap here to try and get them into a podium position.
How big would that gap be, do you say?
I would say it's at least a minute, so it's going to be a real big ask, but it's definitely not impossible. As Northdown come through, Roadrunners come through, Scrabo Striders, Ballydrain Harriers.
Yeah, great support there for our Northdown AC and Roadrunners athletes as they're coming through, with Ballydrain Harriers, fourth leg runner, just trying to get into contention with both of them. But there's been a great battle all day for Roadrunners and Ballydrain along with Northdown. They've been battling together, and just off them in the next group is Ballymena Runners.
And we actually have Bridget and Leanne from Keeper Lit Runners. Excellent legs. He's got out really hard, very aggressive, and you were leading the race there for a prolonged period of time. Just hang on for at least the top three anyway. Just talk us through how you got on.
We're hoping to hang on anyway. It was hard. You know, I went out too fast. I've never done the kind of relays before. And on my first lap was too fast. I was kind of looking, but it stuck it in, and a good group of girls, and I was doing it to try and get into Leanne to get her going, and she flew past and got into first in. So
a good lead at the start. So hopefully.
We have mentioned it is very easy to go out that first lap, just that bit hard, isn't it? And then you're hanging on in the second lap. It's just how you manage the pain of the last lap. So I mean, you're based. Whereabouts is your club based? Cull Island.
Yeah, County Tyrone. Yeah.
Right, very good.
So I don't know. I don't think many have heard of us yet.
I don't think everybody knows us.
Yeah, we'll keep.
It's definitely, in terms of the relays, I think it's the first time we've seen you competing so high up in the relays anyway.
Yes.
I mean, I've certainly seen your name in the team results and whatnot.
Our team won the half marathon.
Waterside.
Yes,
So
fantastic.
Our older team seems to be pretty strong.
So it's definitely a club that's going from strength to strength. And where will your next race take you?
We're going to do cross country now. A couple of us are doing marathons, so mixed bag of everything, you know.
Very good. So you have quite a variety of distances in your team then.
We do, and we do it all. Like each of us do marathons and everything.
Which complements obviously the team performance we're seeing here today.
Yeah.
Is anyone keen enough to do the cross country tomorrow? We were asking one of the Beach Mounted Harrier athletes there.
So
you are keen for tomorrow's cross country.
We're tying it into our long run, so we're going to do the cross country and then run from Armagh to back again.
Wow.
So
that is dedication, that is commitment, and that is
dedication.
Yeah, it's mad. I think there's a bit of madness there maybe, but absolutely fair play to you. Fantastic. So thanks very much for talking to us, and hopefully you can hang on and maybe get first, maybe win it. So we'll soon find out. So it's not going to be long now until we actually do get a sighting of them coming down the home straightaway here.
Yeah, just getting some inside information there from our keeper ladies from Crow Island in Tyrone. But isn't it fantastic that we have more than Belfast teams just here today?
It is great to see. Great to see.
Purvis was saying, you know, athletics exists in more than just Belfast, and it's really important that we showcase all teams from across the province, not just round the cities, that's for sure.
Because I think over the years we have seen, you know, the competition is typically dominated by the Belfast clubs, but that looks like it is the Lagan Valley athlete coming into the finish. She is
Sarah McNutt of Lagan Valley. She has extended
in
her lead.
splendid isolation as she comes in to take the win for Lagan Valley in our first race of the day, the Masters Women.
And
Sarah
just
McNutt, incredible last leg.
And just getting a first look as to the positions for second and third, and it looks
Keeper
like,
Lit could be getting that second place then.
looks like it could be Keeper Lit with Beachpoint Harriers very close behind. Rachel McCusker of Beachpoint Harriers has a little bit of work to do if she wants to get ahead of Georgia of Keeper Lit, but is Keeper Lit coming across the line to take second place in this Masters Women's of the Northern Ireland Ulster Road Relay Championships 2023.
A fantastic finish to that race. Hopefully we see that in the Masters Men and for the remaining two races as well. And of course that's what we want to see. We want to see races where there's no predictability. I mean, at the start of that race we thought Keeper Lit had basically ran away with it, didn't we? I mean, they had opened up such a sizable lead, but I suppose we'll be looking to see now. It's Kelly Neely of City of Lisburn. She has made an impressive amount of ground up on that final leg as she comes through.
Yeah, impressive leg there from Kelly Neely. I know she'll probably have that fastest leg of the day in her mind's eye. That may have been what she was aiming for, but unfortunately it was probably a bit of a lonely run for her there.
It definitely would have been. I mean, of course, I think the likes of Sarah McNutt there, her leg could be very... We're getting confirmation 11:35. We're getting confirmation actually just now that Kelly Neely has ran the fast leg 11:35. A fantastic effort there.
Yeah, great effort from Kelly Neely, taking the fastest leg of the day. Unfortunately, no team medal for her team for City of Lisburn, but a great finish from her. And coming in fifth place, that was Roadrunners. Final leg there from Roadrunners was run by Louise Booth. She made a great effort to put a big gap on our Ballymena Runners AC team.
There's a close finish between Ballydrain and Northdown. Ballydrain just going to edge it here.
Yeah, that's actually a great improvement on the last lap for Ballydrain Harriers.
They had a bit of a gap to make up on Northdown.
Yeah, they were actually maybe 10-15 seconds behind Northdown coming into that final lap. So that was a great effort from our Ballydrain Harriers team.
And we will try to get some post-race reaction from the Lagan Valley team as well. So just bear with us as we make our way over there now.
Could we have the first three teams, please? All four of you on each team. Can you make your way across to the presentation area?
And we actually have the fastest leg of the day, Kelly Neely. Kelly, fantastic leg, 11:35.
Well, I got it 34, but I'll let Glenn have it.
Okay. Very good. And you obviously had a lot of work to do going on to the last leg.
Yeah.
So it was really just eyeballs out from the start, really.
Yeah, I probably went out a wee bit too hard the first 400 metres, but I think a lot of that is adrenaline, and I wasn't quite sure how far we were behind third, but then I was getting like calls you're a minute behind, and you only do so much over 2 miles unfortunately, but really proud of the team. Everybody give 100%, and without 4 runners in the day we wouldn't have a team, so I'm really proud that everybody came out and competed.
Absolutely. Great to get a team out, and your training is going well as well. Is it a good race just for a bit of a blowout, isn't it, really, just to try and get the legs moving?
I love road relays. I have raced road relays now every year that I haven't been injured. I just think it's kind of a race that you can get a good team atmosphere, team spirit going, and how often do you get to run 2 miles on the road, which is obviously closer to my kind of distance than the 5 and 10k. So yeah, I like coming out, and for me it's a bit of a gauge of where I am, and because the course is the same, I can kind of compare from one year to the next. So yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. And just out of curiosity, were you the fastest leg last year as well?
Yes, I was, but only by 1 second. There's a wee bit of cash prize money now, so another wee added incentive.
Very good, very good.
Yes, I think I was 11:33 or 34.
So very similar, very similar.
A year older. Maybe
You'll take
a year
it.
wiser, I don't know, but yes, it's nice to just be out here, injury free, and not take it for granted, because as we all get a wee bit older, obviously each year's getting harder to compete and harder to keep your body in one piece.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Kelly.
You're welcome. Sorry for being so out of breath.
No worries. We'll forgive you. We'll forgive you.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. And I think that pretty much sums up the Masters women's race. Won't be long until we're moving on to the Masters men, but as I say, we will try and get a few words with the winners, Lagan Valley.
1, 2. Okay, jump on the podium there, Lagan Valley. Northern.
And the podium just being announced just as we look over there. So it's Lagan Valley, the winners of this one. Sarah McNutt on that strong final leg really did power away. Beachmount taking third place, and of course we were just catching up with the Keeperlit girls in second place.
Congratulations. And in second place we have Keeperlit. Excellent run. Around the front for long shotgun. Fantastic effort. And thank you for coming out. Great work back in here. And coming up on the first step of the podium, Lagan Valley. A big cheer for Lagan Valley.
So the Lagan Valley Master women just receiving their gold medals.
And 23.
Winner of the Masters Women 2023 Road Relays. And we will actually get a catch up with the Lagan Valley AC women. Girls, a fantastic run there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just talk us through the race then. You've worked your way well back into contention. After the first leg, you were maybe sitting in 5th or 6th position, and then just out of nowhere you sort of got yourselves back into the race, and then of course Sarah on the last leg just completely stormed away.
Yeah, we knew we had her for the last leg, so is there a secret weapon? Thank you.
Yeah, Susie got off to a great start, and all the first leg runners were really, really strong. And then Victoria made up a few paces, and then passed it to me. So I then sort of was closing in on the first two girls, and I knew Sarah would have it in the end. Yeah. Sarah, I think, did 11:59, so she'd really strong.
Yeah, so I would imagine she was probably one of the faster legs of the day there. We were just actually catching up with Kelly Neely, and I think she ran 11:34, 35, so she wasn't far away from the fast leg of the day. Yeah, a fantastic race. I don't know what else there is really to say. I mean, Shalene just completely stormed the third leg.
Do you know, I'm absolutely so delighted. You know, we got this today because last year we had been in third position, and you know we were narrowly beaten to fourth at the end.
Yeah, it's good to come back and get a bit of vengeance. So. Yeah. Winner of the Masters Women 2023 Road Relays. We'll actually try and just grab a few words with Sarah as well. Is she about? Let's see if we can maybe.
There with all her children.
Okay, she's. As I say, she had that storming final leg there for Lagan Valley. She's actually holding the cup as she approaches us here. So, Sarah, a fantastic final leg there. You seemed to storm away, and the opposition were pretty much far back in the rear view mirror. So just talk us through what your sort of approach was. Did you plan to go out as aggressively as you did, or was it just a case of...
I tried not to go too fast and then just kind of try and keep it steady enough. I was worried that I may be overtaken just too early, but no, I seem to be able to keep it steady, I think.
You kept it steady and you kept the pace fairly consistent. We were saying as well that Kelly Neely had the fastest leg of 11:34.35, and I think yourself, you weren't probably too far away from that either.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what time I did it, to be fair. I think I did it a lot slower last year, so I was just very happy to. And
Shalene was just alluding to the fact that you were fourth last year, but this year you have come back with a vengeance and took them the win. Yeah. So a fantastic day for Lagan Valley Masters Women.
Amazing. Yeah, we're all very happy.
What's your plans now? Will you be participating in the cross country league this year, or will you be maybe moving to?
So. Yeah, I'm doing Bangor 10K next week. And
Bangor 10K, of course, which is the NN Ulster Championship this year as well. So. Yeah. That'll be a great one to look forward to. So thanks very much for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Masters men race is not too far away. As we look towards the starting pen, they will soon be lining up. So we'll just keep an eye on that as well. to get underway in this Masters men's race. North Belfast Harriers, the champions from last year.
Slightly different team, or very different team, I think. They have a few out with injuries.
We got word through actually from Conor Curran that he has a slight injury problem, so he will not be taking part in today's relay.
But it looks like the North Belfast Harriers team of Colin McDowell, Paul Horn, Gareth Lyons and John Black will be looking to retain their title today. But I would say that they're going to come under some challenge from the North Down team and potentially Lagan Valley also in the mix there. We're also maybe going to see an appearance from Roadrunners AC as they all challenge to get onto the podium in this Northern Ireland and Ulster Road Relay Championships 2023.
Interestingly, I was speaking to Seamus McCann just a few days ago. He can't actually make today's event, and Seamus will be watching on, I'm sure, with his son Connor. I think they're at a family wedding, so they couldn't make it today, but we know that Seamus does like to be at all the events across the calendar from January to December, regardless, and they're off. So Lagan Valley, North Down, North Belfast Harriers at the front of proceedings here. Colin McDowell of North Belfast Harriers. Chris Moran of North Down A-team.
Also looks like Kieran McKenna is going to be taking the first leg for our Lagan Valley A-team. We've also got Damien McFall, first leg runner for Roadrunners AC. The women in the Masters race having a pretty good showing with a really strong finish from their last leg runner. To finish 5th, I think. We've also got Beachmount Harriers on this first leg. We've got Mark McGinley. But yes, as we learnt from some of our interviews, we had a few athletes felt like they went out a little bit too hard, making the...
Don't interview me now.
And we're actually just with Conor Curran. He had said to us earlier on today he couldn't take part because of a slight injury issue. Conor, is that correct?
Yeah, the injury is age-related. Calf pinged on me on Thursday.
Okay.
On the towpath, doing a wee tempo, so I think
just taking no chances then.
Old man needs to slow down, take a break after a long year. So.
And you had a fantastic year on the track. I mean, from 800 right up to 3K. So.
I know. Every year I keep thinking it's going to be the last one, because I think I told your dad one day, the day the PB stop is the day that you hang up the spikes. And so when you squeeze a PB, it's like, oh great, a PB, and you're like, shit, I have to keep this going for
you. You have to keep it going. You can't just stop on a PB. Yeah. So the European Masters in Italy, was that on the radar at any point? Or?
It was never on the radar, because I did the Worlds in February in Turin. And then, straight into Irish Milers, and then straight into the track season, and then finish with the British Masters.
It's a very busy calendar, isn't it?
9 months, like you can.
So it's a long time to keep it going, isn't it?
And if I'd entered and gone out and this calf had gone on me out there, that's a long way from home, not being able to race.
Plus, not only that, it's a long way to then rehab back from if it got worse. Do you know what I mean? And then it'd be harder to get back at it. So I think you're wise just
taking a break.
Take a break, play it safe.
Big G's been texting me going, you need to slow down. It's like, that's only because you're catching me now, G Hill.
He'll be running here today. He's a part of the Ballymena and Antrim team, I think. So
senior team.
We'll soon see. We actually thought at first he was going to be in the Masters team, but it looks like he probably will be in that senior team.
Yeah. So I'll be cheering on.
Very, very good.
For the peers.
Absolutely, yeah. So I mean, what do you think your chances are here today? You won it last year, so do you think you have the team then just to defend it?
Yeah. So we're Colin McDowell's first leg, then Paul Horan, then Gareth Lyons, and then John Black. So we're sending out probably. All due respect, Colin and Paul are probably the slower two.
Okay.
And the boys are going to chase, but we don't know if there's going to be anyone to chase, because City of Derry aren't here.
City of Derry and Annandale both in the podium last year.
Aye.
So it's wide open, really, isn't it?
I think the boys are just going to go out hard and just
try and hang on, see what they can do. I think he just ran 40 minutes 50 seconds last year, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see what way it lines up here when they're coming down the home stretch after this first lap.
Well, it's like
Colin in that first leg for you.
It's like a demolition derby because all of them they've all got stuff going on with their bodies.
Right, so it's just
the warm ups like oh my glute, oh my calf, my Achilles.
It's who's the least injured, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm definitely the most injured, I think.
The most injured on it, so yeah. Very good, very good.
Anyway, so we'll see what happens.
Perfect.
But I better go. They want feedback.
They want feedback.
I'm going down to the bin
to
get
bin?
feedback. Yeah.
Okay.
Not on the contents of the bin, on the gaps. Yeah.
Right. Very good.
Yeah,
very
we'll
good.
See you later.
Thanks very much, Connor. Yep. See ya. That was Connor Kern, the accomplished North Belfast Harrier Masters athlete. Just updating us there on his injury, which he picked up midweek with his calf. So he has taken the wise decision to call it quits on the season and get a bit of a break in. Just looking down there, it looks like it is Colin McDowell in the lead for North Belfast Harriers, closely followed by the North Down A athlete Chris Moran.
So yeah, we can just see them coming through in the distance now. It looks like we've actually got 3 athletes that are working together. It potentially looks like
it looks like
Springwell Racing Club. That could be Christopher McNichol of Springwell coming through in that little group of 3 on this first lap.
And he looks like he's cruising. He's just settled in behind the North Down athlete. Colin McDowell coming through, a bit of a grimace. Has he pushed too hard on this first lap? We'll soon find out. And Tremor moving well. Scrabble Striders, East Antrim Harriers, Roadrunners, North Down, Victorian Conswater, Mollusk Harriers, Clonus. And then that looks like it's Martin Wilcox of East Down Athletic Club. Martin moving very well as he comes through the first lap.
Good job, Dave. Go on, Dave.
Both the Roadrunners athletes actually working well together there. Roadrunners have a few teams.
Yeah, so the B and C teams just working together there slightly further down the field. We've also got 4 Ballymena Runners teams and 4 North Down teams. So yeah, definitely looking slightly more congested and packed than our women's race. We've got a couple of different groups of teams working together, running together, with our North Belfast Harriers, Colin McDowell, having a little bit of a gap on the 2nd and 3rd placers there.
Very good, and we actually have Tom McLean of East Down as well. He's actually in the Masters race today, and he's going to be on the 4th leg. Is that right, Tom?
4th leg, yes.
And you're looking forward to it. East Down out strong there with Martin Wilcox.
We have a very good seniors and masters, but I think we'll give way to the younger and more fit people. The obvious question I have to ask the commentator is, why is he holding a mic and not have a pair of shorts on?
Unfit is the general answer to that question.
I am glad this is not being broadcast on television, because if somebody looked at this, and what gives you fitness here?
I know. You're quite right. But great day anyway. So East Down have teams out in the Masters women and men, and the senior
two senior men, one ladies team, and then the Masters. So we've 4 teams here.
Very good. And we were actually just alluding to the senior women's team. Very strong team there. We have Commonwealth Youth finalists.
It's a bit
Anna
like
Gardner.
Yes, it's a bit like the rugby. The slogan that's going around for the Iron Rugby team. You don't want to say anything, but
you just want to keep it
quietly confident.
On a good performance anyway.
Anna might find it a bit of a struggle from Trinidad and Tobago to come back to Victoria Park, but I think she'll run well.
The conditions aren't bad though, to be fair. I mean, it could be a lot worse. I mean, there's not much wind, it's not too warm.
Honestly, it's ideal running conditions. I mean, if you can't run 2 mile today,
there's something wrong.
I think I'll sell my shoes and buy something else.
Yeah, and we had said as well, like the Victoria Park run, it's on here every Saturday morning, so it's not as if people are turning up to this course coming into the unknown. They know what it's all about. They know what they're going to be facing. Really, it doesn't make it any easier all the same, but it's certainly very familiar to a lot of people.
It is, and I would say, Neil, that there's a lot of people here who come back here.
Yeah.
You know, it is a great event. So if you get hooked into doing the relays, you will sign up again next year, probably straight away again. So yes, it's a great course. I mean, predominantly, I don't want to say this, but I mean, it's fairly flat. I mean, there's a drag up around the back where the bridge is, but other than that, you know, you've got a good 3/4 of a mile that's flat, and you know, you've got great support.
Great support
all
the whole way around the course.
You know, you've got people walking, you've people standing at various points. You've got a very good support at the start-finish line. So, I mean, why would you not come back?
Why would you not? Absolutely, and we can see just by the amount of teams entered today that clearly, you know, it's a well-supported event. Victoria and Connswater always put on a great show.
I keep saying every time you come round the corner, the line of gazebos get further and further up.
Further and further up every year.
East Down
have been relegated to the car park almost there.
I'm not sure if we're relegated to the car park or be close to the car park, so Paul doesn't have to drive.
Paul doesn't have to drive as far. That's a good point. That is a very good point.
But no, I mean, yes, you're quite right. Just look at the gazebos. I mean, I came here 5-6 years ago, and there was probably one gazebo, possibly. Yeah. And now every team that comes here now
is bringing their gazebo with them,
and it's great. I mean, it shows. It gives a focal point for everybody. They know where to go to get their numbers. They know where to go back to. So, no, it's a great event, and selfishly, it's just over 2 miles.
Just over 2 miles. So it's you don't really have to.
Yeah, you can go flat out. It's not like a park run where you have to kind of pace yourself and then a 10k. That's okay. I have to go anyway because I'm going to be close.
Thanks very much, Tom. Thank you. So, just looking down there, it looks like North Down in the lead. Colin McDowell has slipped back into third position, and it's Chris Moran of North Down Athletics Club that's actually put about a 20-metre gap on Christopher McNichol of Springwell, and probably a further 10 metres back to Colin McDowell. But really fantastic leg there from Chris Moran. He is going to pass over to Jack Russell. And it looks like Christopher McNichol of Springwell just checking behind him there, trying to ensure that he holds on to that second place. Fantastic leg by Christopher McNichol, and it looked like Colin possibly went off maybe just a wee bit aggressively in the first lap. Yeah. Maybe paid for it there just in the end, but a great effort from him. Not too far behind is East Antrim Harriers team, and Victoria Park and Connswater also putting in a great showing. And we're actually just beside Ryan Galway as well here. Ryan is the organiser of the Coleraine 5K. Ryan, Campus 5K. The Coleraine Campus 5K. How's your preparations going for it?
It's just started, so I've got a date in the diary. Haven't really announced it yet, but just working with sponsors and working with the university to make sure that we're all good to go before we can confirm everything. Yeah. And it was a fantastic event last year. It was on a Friday evening. This year, possibility maybe of a Saturday. Is that right? Likely, yeah, Saturday. University campus is quieter for other things on, so it should be less traffic flow in the university. Plus, I think it just gives more people opportunity to travel on the Saturday itself if anybody wants to come up from down south or across from England or Scotland or whatever. Very good. And you're up here with a strong Springwell team, is that right? Or are you? Well, we don't have a senior team out, we've got a Masters team out there. I'm a year too young for that. So Christopher McNichol had a fantastic first leg there coming in. He was second there, but he's our fastest. So put the fastest guy out first. Yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Okay, very good. Yeah. Very good. You run yourself, mate? I'm not running myself. Oh, no. I'm in the commentating capacity today. So you got the good gig, yeah. It's more easier watching, isn't it? Absolutely. And you seem to be getting a good bit of training yourself. I see you out in the roads at Cumber there. A wee bit, yeah. I'm only really starting. Yeah, we moved house there in the end of July, so we're only really starting to get back out again. But no major goals, just to train for the fun of it over winter and very good. See what happens. Yeah, because you did have a marathon there last in April. Yeah, Belfast, but yeah, died a bit of a death. So there wasn't a pretty finish. There's always another one anyway. So that's it. Very good. Yeah, that was Ryan Galway, the organiser of the Coleraine Campus 5K, which will be taking place later on this year. That was Beachmount just coming through there at the end of their first leg. That's quite fine. That's quite good.
So North Down's Jack Russell took the lead coming on to the second leg there. And we had the Springwell Running Club's Darren Walsh in second place. So it'll be interesting to see how we fare just as the race progresses. If we remember in the Masters Women, the Lagan Valley team were a good bit down after the first and possibly even the second leg, but then it just sort of, they slowly got themselves back into contention and finished very strongly with a blistering last leg to take the win.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that a lot can change over that lap, and it seems like compared to the Masters race, the Masters women's race, this Masters men's race is definitely a little bit more compact. So I think that we're going to see probably even more changes as the second leg runner will come through for their first lap.
Are you going to get played out of you?
Bit of sun coming out now. It was a bit overcast when we first got underway, but the sun is out, and with the sun obviously a bit of heat. Do you think the temperatures will affect the athletes much, or do you think that'll be sort of shouldn't really? I
reckon the sun is welcomed. Any heat is beneficial for performance. Of course, some people aren't used to it, but I feel like whenever I was driving here this morning and it was 10 degrees, it wasn't overly warm, and I don't think those were ideal conditions. So maybe a little bit of sun will boost those performances. But sometimes, I'm looking at the weather forecast yesterday. We were seeing that the wind was definitely going to pick up as the afternoon went on. So maybe as the sun comes out, we're going to attract a little bit more gusts.
So just looking down there, we see Scrabble Striders coming down the home stretch.
We have 3 Scrabble Striders teams today. I believe that is our B and C teams coming through to change over for their second leg runners.
North Down B's Nick Irvine coming through.
And here we are on his first lap of the second leg.
That is
Jack Russell. Jack Russell is coming through.
That is Jack Russell of our North Down A team coming through, still in first position with a good lead on to Paul Horn from North Belfast Harriers. So we've had a bit of a change in position there. Springwell have slipped back down the field, and it is North Belfast that have moved into second, with North Down stretching their lead even further actually.
That does look like the North Down B team. As I say, we only got the start list just maybe 30 minutes before the start, so it is Stephen Donegan off North Down B. I think Stephen Donegan, if I'm correct in saying, does a lot of great photos.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I think he's a great photographer when he's not running. So he's coming through there in the North Down B team, and I think they're in about 5th or 6th place.
Yeah, the North Down team's packing very, very well and showing what great depth they have in the club for Masters athletes. But yes, a bit of a change in our positioning in the top 3. We saw Springwell Racing Club Christopher McNichol coming through in a fantastic second place for that first leg. But unfortunately, their second leg runner Darren Walsh has just slipped back down the field a bit more. Just seeing Roadrunners AC coming through, followed by Clonus and Roadrunners B team.
And as we'd mentioned before, Roadrunners have 3 teams in this Masters men's race. As we can see, Seamus Savage off East Down Athletic Club just in front of Victoria Park and Conswaters. Kyle Montgomery.
Other teams will go for a slightly hybrid version. Fast runner first.
And it was interesting just speaking to Ryan Galway there about Springwell's strategy of having their faster athlete out in the first leg, and I think that's probably a strategy the majority of the teams will be going with. Certainly the teams that don't have the same sort of strength and depth anyway.
Yeah, definitely, as we heard from Catherine Diver speaking there from Beachmount Harriers, that, you know, they didn't really have a weak link, and
there was no weak link. They were all very evenly matched, weren't they? So.
Yes, so they felt like, I feel like they probably, no one else wanted to do the first leg, so that's why Catherine was put on it. They didn't necessarily have a tactic with that, but you know, for the clubs that don't necessarily have 4 strong, equally good runners, they maybe will have to tactically decide what way that is going to work. So yeah, strongest runner out first, and then potentially your second strongest runner out last.
Definitely. I think City Lisburn, they probably went for a slightly different approach. They had Kelly Neely out on the final leg. They could have easily put her out on the first leg, maybe got a bit of an advantage, but they chose to go with it the opposite way round.
I feel like it's much easier to chase than it is to maintain a lead. So as we saw, you know, Keeper Lit went out pretty hard in that women's Masters race on that first lap, first leg, but you know, unfortunately it was much harder to maintain.
Very hard to maintain, especially as you say, you know, there's parts of the course there that can be quite exposed, and the pacing is just that much more difficult when you're not chasing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, I was thinking about some of the technical aspects of this course. It is not technical at all, but you know, it isn't completely flat as people like to think it is. I can tell you that little rise, slight gradual rise on the at the back end, completely opposite to where we are now, whereas the White Bridge takes you into the industrial estate. It feels pretty hard as you come round with a bit of miles in your legs, that's for sure.
When you're warming up going around there, you don't really notice the rise, but when you're certainly racing around there, you can certainly notice it. So we can see Drumore coming down the home stretch.
Walker in there. Rob, put your hand up. He's a walker.
All the athletes waiting patiently in the holding pen, ready for the third leg. So we will be looking towards James Graham of North Down. Should the North Down athlete of Jack Russell still be maintaining that lead, which he seemed to be fairly comfortable coming through the first lap, so I would imagine with the lead he did have, he should really be coming through in that leading position. And just as I say that, I think we can actually see him now coming down towards us, and he looks incredibly smooth. No one really in sight of him, so this is a great leg.
Yeah, it looks like Jack Russell, apologies, of North Down has extended his lead, and he is going to be handing over to James Graham.
And Paul Horn off North Belfast is in second place.
North Belfast coming through in second.
He's prepared for the sun. He has the shades on. He means business.
He must have known. He must have looked at that
he
weather
checked the weather forecast as he comes in to hand it off to Gareth Lyons. Gareth Lyons has had an incredible season on the track as well, from 800 metres right up to 5k, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Can he bring that lead down? I would say there's a very good possibility that Gareth Lyons could possibly be in the lead at the end of this leg.
And it looks like North Down B team coming through, changing over in third place. Excellent leg from Stephen Donegan, handing over to Andy Lowry. And Victoria Park and Conswater were not too far behind, handing over in fourth place. We had quite a close finish there between Drumore AC and Ballymena Runners A team.
A strong finish there by the Jog Lisburn athlete. I can certainly tell you he wasn't jogging in at the finish there. As we look to Scrabo Striders, they have a number of teams entered in this one as well. They have an A, B and C team. That was Colin Firth. He'll be handing off to Hector Adair. As we see Springwell coming through.
Darren Walsh from Springwell handing over to his third leg runner. See Clonus coming through.
Stephen Montgomery there with leg lock.
North Down now
11:43, Stephen.
coming through. And that is, of course, one of the North Down teams, not the A team that we did see there just a few moments ago. Roadrunners, and then it's Kyle Montgomery off the home club Victoria and Conswater. Ballymena runners coming through. East Down, Seamus Savage coming down the home straight. So I think we're probably going to get sight of Gareth Lyons here within the next couple of minutes. He did have a bit of a gap to make up. I think he was maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds at most behind the North Down athlete at the changeover, but going by the form he has shown this summer, you would think he would be in the shape to close that gap in, but we'll soon find out. He's maybe just coming off a break as well from competition, so he might not be in that sort of same sort of shape, but certainly you would expect him here to make a dent in that gap. As Ballymena runners comes in, and we have mentioned before just the support from around the province for the event. You know, we were talking to Keeper Lit earlier on, Coal Island, to Felta, obviously up in County Derry there. So there's a Springwell even as well. Such a wide geographical coverage of the event.
You know, I think that certainly we're seeing today some of our clubs that maybe started out through parkrun, through fun running, through, you know, just general fitness and jogging, or kind of taking up the reins and entering into championships now, which is really great to see. It's great to see that we can produce that development, that we can cause that change in those clubs. And you know, it's a big deal for people who don't normally compete in championships to come here and put themselves out there and try to win that medal. You know, Keeper Lit probably started as a fitness type club. I always get asked about that whenever they're entered in things in the Republic of Ireland. I think everyone's a bit confused. I've had to explain it a few times.
It kind of sounds, yeah, absolutely. And as they were saying, you know, Coal Island, I'd always seen them in the results, but I didn't actually know whereabouts they were based. But Coal Island is there, and here we are. Gareth Lyons is in the lead, and he has opened up a massive lead as he comes through the first lap. Has he went off too hard? Don't think so. He looks pretty comfortable, and we're actually only starting to see the sighting of second place, the North Down athlete.
Yeah, that is a massive gap that Gareth Lyons has opened up on our North Down A team that held the lead for those first two legs. But James Graham of North Down, we are just
Andy Lowry of North Down. So I think he's easily opened up. I mean, that could be in excess of 40 seconds, possibly more. So Gareth Lyons has given the North Belfast Harriers a very commanding lead here, and it would be probably fair to say that it's North Belfast to lose at this stage.
Definitely, that is a large gap that Gareth Lyons has opened up on the field, and we've still got this group of three that we've had for the entirety of the competition so far. Dromore AC East Antrim Harriers and the Ballymena Runners A team, all working together for those minor places in the kind of 4th, 5th and 6th position. Also seeing Victoria Park and Connswater A team coming through as well.
North Belfast, of course, have John Black on that final leg. I can't really see, I mean, just looking down through the names on the final legs there, I don't think anyone is going to be able to live with John in that final leg. So I would expect North Belfast to possibly increase their advantage and maybe even look towards the clock of 40 minutes 50 seconds, which they ran last year. So it'll be interesting just to see how well they run here. It'll just depend on how much they want to go against the clock. Maybe they don't, maybe they just want to cruise it in, get the win, and that'll be that, but we'll soon find out.
As Connor said, a few of the athletes for North Belfast are carrying injuries. He was unfortunately just the most injured today, which is why he was unable to compete. So potentially we won't see them pushing for a fast time. If they have a large lead, you might find John Black, if he's feeling a little bit sore, will just ease it in for the win, 2nd year in a row.
Athanasius, if you're around, or Mark Shields, either the two of you can hear me, come to the gazebo at the finish line. So waiting for the incoming runners at the end of leg 3. North Down with a considerable lead. And looks like Francis Marsh going to go on leg 4 for them. John Black going on leg 4 for North Belfast. Well done, Ralph.
Come on, Jay!
We've got a yellow vest. It's a North Down vest, I'm not sure it's the leader. Yeah, lap to go for that North Down NSC team. And here we are, leader coming in, North Down. Got a super leg there. Gareth Lyons has closed it down. He's in sight. That looks to me a bite.
That's Gareth Lyons off North Belfast Harriers with a commanding second leg.
Lyons has pulled it back a bit.
Third leg, should I say, and John Black is out, and he means business as he heads into the 4th leg.
That's most times Spartans home. But leg 2, that's all the leg 2 people playing.
14 seconds. There, that's John Francis.
So John Black, we've just been told, has a 14-second gap to make up on Francis Marsh, the North Down stalwart. So
go down to the bin.
Conor Curran just giving us an indication he's going down to support his fellow North Belfast Harriers down at his favourite standing spot, which he refers to as the bin.
The sun is certainly shining here in Victoria Park. I had to go take my coat off there because I was too warm. It was sun on the back for a few minutes and I was feeling pretty warm. That looks like North Down A team. Really close finish there with Ballymena Runners and Drumore AC coming in to change over to their final leg. And it looks like East Antrim Harriers unfortunately struggling to stay on pace with that little group they've been working with for a while. They will change over to their fourth leg runner Rick Hill, who will be looking to try and get back in context with our Ballymena Runners.
And that was Noel McNally off the Roadrunners Club with a very strong third leg.
Yeah, he definitely got Roadrunners back into contention there. We've had a really great group of athletes working together in that region down the field. We had East Antrim Harriers and Ballymena Runners and Drumore AC. Really, they've been together the whole race.
They have. It's been a great race as well. So I think we had mentioned that Gareth Lyons had opened up a massive lead, but I think it was the fact that North Down were so far ahead at one point that he had to actually work incredibly hard just to get the gap down to about 14-15 seconds on North Down, which have Francis Marsh on that final leg.
Francis is a really experienced Masters athlete. I am sure he has competed at this event many times.
Many times, and I would say his pacing strategy will be bang on. I don't think he'll have any too fast a surge at the beginning anyway. He'll be evenly paced and will do his best to keep that North Down team in.
Definitely. Whenever I knew I was going to be doing some commentary today, I messaged John Glover to get a bit of history about the event. They haven't always had an official Northern Ireland and Ulster Road Relay Championships in the area, but they have been running some kind of road relay race in Belfast since about the early 1990s. They have some results from 3 separate parks across kind of the Belfast and Lisburn area. First editions being held in Ormeau Park, and then of course there was the Wallace Park Road Relays, which I competed many times as a child. It was always a good event on the calendar, and now we're using the location of Victoria Park, where for probably the last 10 years or so we've had an official Northern Ireland and Ulster Road Relay title onto that. But of course we had some unofficial titles back in the day, and it's always been a great event to start off that road racing and cross country calendar kind of end of September, start of October. And we're being blessed with some good weather today. I have run some that have been pretty miserable, so they're getting
some have. I think
good conditions.
Usually the weather is fairly good for the relays. I think it's just with the time of the year it's on. End of September. They always say when the children are back to school, the weather's always great in September. So it rarely fails to disappoint, to be fair. And it is on a week earlier than usual this year. It's usually the last weekend in September. So I think, we can't really complain with the weather. And just as you'd said, the sun had come out. The sun is trying to hide again, but we're looking at Lagan Valley coming through. But also it's John Black who is now in the lead for North Belfast Harriers. Francis Marsh putting on a very good leg as well. He's just maybe 40-50 metres back of John. John glancing over his left shoulder, sees he has a gap, looks fairly smooth, looks like he's out for a Saturday morning tempo run around Victoria Park. Very controlled from him. Francis Marsh is pretty much, I think he's almost certain surely to have cemented second place for North Down.
I actually think from my counting that he has reduced the gap by a very slight amount. So Conor Curran of North Belfast Harriers was saying that we were kind of on a 14-15 second gap. To me it looks like Francis potentially reduced that actually down to about 10 or 12. So he has closed a little bit on that first lap, and I'm sure he'll be looking to improve that if he can.
It will be interesting, to see how it unfolds. This race not as close as the Masters women.
No, we're seeing coming through in third position there. I don't think we've actually seen third place come
We
through
haven't
yet.
seen third place, and Beachmount Harriers coming through, and that is the North Down B team.
Yeah,
coming
so
in.
it looks like the North Down B team.
It definitely does
Or
get confusing
actually- I'm
once the
confused
lap
now.
athletes are
I don't know who our
factored in.
third placer
It is very
is.
difficult to keep an eye on it, isn't it? But as I was saying, the Masters women's race was right down until the
I think
last.
our Ballymena runners athlete could be our third placer there. Ballymena runners came through. The third leg relay runner came through really well
Running very
on that previous leg, but actually our fourth leg runner has actually extended the lead on that North Down B team and Drumore Harriers and Roadrunners AC that have all kind of been working together since the start of this race. So it looks like Ballymena runners A team, last leg runner Ben Morrow has opened up a considerable gap to move them into that bronze medal position, and I'm sure he'll be looking to maintain that as he moves into the last lap of this Masters men's race.
It may be a tight enough finish for that third position, but I would imagine the first and second spots are fairly cemented, I would say. John Black has a decent advantage on Francis Marsh.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like that bronze medal position is going to be where our most exciting race of the day is potentially going to come. So working in that little group, we've got Clive Smith of Drumore AC. We've also got Ben Morrow of Ballymena Runners, who we think is currently in that bronze medal position with a bit of a gap over Drumore and Road Runners. And also East Antrim Harriers are still kind of in the mix. They're slightly back from that little group. Rick Hill will be looking to try and to get them back into contention there for that bronze medal.
As we see the Clonus athlete coming through. And then East Down's Wayne Giles. Ben Morrow, you would think, would be able to hold on to that third position for Ballymena Runners. John Black in the lead for North Belfast Harriers, just ahead of Francis Marsh when we've seen them head into that final lap of the final leg.
Yeah, there's a lot of people gathering around in this start-finish area as we reach the conclusion of this Masters men's race. Our lead runners have entered their final lap of the race, and we will hopefully be seeing either John Black or Francis Marsh appearing towards the direction of the car park at Victoria Park in East Belfast.
John won't be too far away. I think I can actually see him.
We might get an update for Connor here on the way past.
He's just coming out of the car park, so we can see him coming up. He's got a commanding lead. John Black of North Belfast Harriers coming down the home stretch, looking comfortable, looking smooth, looking incredibly relaxed. Tempo effort here from John, especially, I would say, on the first lap anyway, just sort of cruised a bit and then maybe picked it up the last 400 or 500 metres here. Convincing victory for North Belfast Harriers as they retain their title from 2022. Francis Marsh of North Down is going to be picking up the second place position for North Down. And then we'll be looking towards Ballymena Runners to see if they can get that third position in the form of Ben Morrow.
Yeah, excellent run there from Francis Marsh. Unfortunately, not able to close the gap any more on John Black, but Francis Marsh crossing the line to take third position for North Belfast, or for North Down. Very confusing, as we just saw.
Yeah, it is incredibly confusing, as we've seen Dromore finishing as well.
B team, but they just changed over to move on their last leg, so that was not our third place position.
Not the third place.
Trying to keep an eye on to see who this third place position is going to be.
I think it's Ben Morrow of Ballymena Runners, and we still can't see him. He's going to appear very shortly here. Yes, I think I can see him now. He's just come out of the car park, coming up the home stretch, looking very good indeed, and I think he's got a fairly sizable advantage over the fourth place athlete. So Ben Morrow really laying it on, coming down the home stretch.
Yep, it
probably
is.
Just a bit unfortunate that he wasn't in the mix maybe with North Down. He would have had a great battle with Francis Marsh.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good finish there from Ben Morrow of Ballymena Runners, taking third place in the Masters men race, and we have a bit of a close finish on for fourth place with Victoria Park and Connswater coming in fast.
So we will actually try and just get a bit of post-race feedback from the North Belfast Harriers team, which will be just in a few minutes' time. So as we see,
North Down B team just finishing in, coming through the finishing chute there. So big changes among that little group that we had going of East Antrim Harriers, Dromore and Lagan Valley B team.
Okay, so we will try and get a word or two with the North Belfast winning men's team.
We still have a couple of Scrabble Striders to go. George the Bullet McGonigal. And this looks like Stephen Hoey is going to bring John Lisburn in next, just ahead of Springwell. It is indeed. So that's John Lisburn home.
I'm joined by the winning team of the Masters men's race, North Belfast Harriers. What an exciting race. You definitely had a bit of a battle on with both Springwell in that first leg, and then finally North Down. So Gareth, how did that third leg go for you? You had a little bit of a gap to make up, but by the time you came back around to us, you were well in the lead.
Yeah, it was more than a little bit of a gap, to be honest, and I wasn't making any inroads at all in the first lap. I was thinking, flip, if I hand this over to John, he's not going to be happy, so just really had to try and stay relaxed that first lap and trust that I'd have the strength in the second lap to make it up a wee bit, and it didn't close the whole thing, but it was at least enough that John had something to work with, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to some of the other people that were running today, we've had a few that have gone out a little bit too hard, but on that first lap, so it sounds like you've paced that really, really well. So you were on the first side column. How did you get on there? What did you think of the course and the conditions today?
Yeah, it was tough enough going. We had a half marathon on Sunday, so I wasn't sure just how the legs would hold on for that speed work in the 2 mile. But yeah, it was a second lap now. Just the last sort of 400 metres was getting it a wee bit tight. It started to come around me in the last 4, but it was all right up to then.
Absolutely. I mean, for some of you, this is definitely under distance, but congratulations on your half marathon. It's been a busy schedule so far. Any further race plans for the coming weeks?
Yeah, a half marathon next Sunday again. So from long to short, back to long. So yes, tight going.
Great job. So John, you took it home for the team today. How was that for you?
Yeah, Garth did all the hard work. So luckily I got around that bend and I haven't done very much fast stuff recently, so I was pleased that I was kind of matching Francis for pace, and I thought, I'm confident here I can push on here and take him. So Garth did all the hard work. I just had to finish it off, so I was very, very happy. So I was.
You did open up a bit more of your lead on that final lap, so it's not like you were just maintaining or anything, but Connor, I heard, was giving you some inside information to let you know what the gaps were like. Do you think that helped you much in those last kind of lap and so?
Yeah, no, that helps a lot for me. I really feed off that stuff. There's a bit of obviously rivalry in the team about who's going to be the fastest as well. So
who got that title today?
Gareth.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm the fastest guy here, but today, it worked out okay. So.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, North Belfast Harriers, winners for second year in a row. So congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers. Thank you.
Guys, can you stay together just for a second?
I didn't look back at this. Problem. What's the envelope for in the middle? Most importantly,
money.
How much is it each?
I'm using my arm to
what about?
Sorry.
Gareth, smile.
There you go. There should be lots of options in there. Okay. No problem. We're just going to have a short break before our next race. The senior women's race is due to kick off at 1:45, so be sure to tune back in then for the rest of the action. It'll be followed by the senior men's race at 3 p.m, where the next winners of the Northern Ireland and Ulster Relay Championships will be crowned. So tune in then.
We're just ready to get underway in this senior women's relay. We have Annadale, Eastdown, Roadrunners AC, Dromore, Ballymena Runners, City of Derry Spartans, Scrabo Striders, Northdown, Jog, Lisburn and Mollusk Harriers, and of course the host club Victoria Park and Connswater.
So yeah, we've got 15 teams entered today. While there was no Annadale team in the Masters section this year, we are seeing a return of the reigning champions Annadale Striders in the senior women's race. Silver medalists from 22, Northdown are also present, and they will also be looking to get onto the podium alongside Eastdown AC.
So we'll be looking towards the likes of Annadale here, Hannah Gilliland, Kirsty Foster of Willowfield Harriers, Caroline McNabb, Eastdown AC, and Rachel Gibson of Northdown in the first leg. 2 laps, just over a mile per lap.
So some very prominent faces of Northern Ireland and Ulster athletics on these first legs for the senior women's race.
Very strong team for Willowfield Harriers in Kirsty, Katie McKittrick, Jodie Foster and Lucy Foster. Nearly a full Foster team for Willowfield Harriers. It might as well be called Foster A team.
They just need the youngest one. I can't remember what she's called, but whenever she turns 16 they'll be able to field a full team of Foster family for the Willowfield Harriers A team.
And Annadale then, Hannah Gilliland, Kirsten, Dervla Cox and Robin McKee. Eastdown, Caroline McNabb, Hannah Samani, Abigail Elliott and of course Anna Gardner on the anchor leg.
Northdown made the podium last year and they will be aiming to do so again with Rachel Gibson, Claire Quigley, Lucy Cheatley and Rebecca Coffin.
Any more team members, please, with leftover chips?
Hannah Gilliland certainly got out very strongly, so it'll be interesting to see how her pacing strategy goes. Will she try and maybe make a gap in the first sort of half mile and then try and maintain it? And we just have with us here Cahir Purvis of the North Belfast Harriers Club. He's competing today in the senior men's race, which is not too far away. He is also involved with his father Francis Purvis with the Tafelta AC and the Purvis running group. Cahir, good representation from the Tafelta club. You have some involvement with them. Could you just talk us through who you have running here today? And
our senior ladies now, we've Lindsay. She's talking around 19:15 for a 5k time. She's out first. Then we've got Stephanie and Judith, brand new to the sport, probably a couple of months, so it's their first time down here, first experience of it, so they're out second and third. And then Claire is fourth up. Now she's coming from a camogie background, so we've about 13 girls there, about under 22 minutes. Half of them are under 20 minutes, so they're getting there. They came second at the 5k champs and the half marathon champs. Now the Masters wasn't their day, missing 3-4 faces and probably cost us, but that's that. I think every club's dealing with that today. So
absolutely, there's a few injuries, maybe just a few September sickness creeping around, and in terms of the future of the Tafelta club, I mean, what is the aim of the club? Is it to develop athletics within the area, or do you have any sort of plans on trying to maybe start a middle distance group, or is it predominantly long distance that you're?
Well, most of them, I say around Mid-Ulster, most people come from that marathon background. Everyone does the long stuff, so we're on the track there in Meadowbank Tuesday, Thursday night, 6 o'clock. So this is probably the shortest what they do. They don't do the track over the summer. Over the summer, it's the shortest they do is probably 5k. Cross country league starts tomorrow, so we've a squad about 15 girls out tomorrow for cross country.
The TJ McMeal Cup in Armagh.
In Armagh, yeah. So we've got 5 girls running the day, doing the double. So they're running the day and run tomorrow. So in the bath tonight, recover and go again tomorrow.
Full recovery strategy in process. So how do you think you'll fare in the senior women's race here? I
don't think we'll count now, if I'm going to be honest. But Lindsay and Claire have done this before, so for them it's just about improving their times from last year.
Great though to have you obviously in the relays. I mean, it's probably a fairly new thing to have to felt up here.
Well, if you look, Nicola won the Purple Ladies this year. Louise and McGalley were first and second at Darbo 10k. So if they run around home, they're local heroes. But you have to come down here and test yourself against the bigger clubs and rub shoulders against them, and that's only going to be a good thing for the girls. So now the Masters came 9th after coming 6th last year, so a wee bit disappointed with that, but in time we'd like to get a medal down here. Cross country league, we came, I think it was 5th or 5th this year in the cross country league, so we want to get in the podium for that, so that's why they're doing the double.
So we'll just leave it there with Cahir Purvis, as I say, off North Belfast Harriers, and he has huge involvement in the Tefelda club. And just as we look up, it's Hannah Gilliland of Annadale Striders. She's just ahead of Rachel Gibson of North Down and Kirsty Foster of Willowfield Harriers as they come through.
It's Hannah Gilliland of Annadale Striders coming through the start-finish area, finishing her first lap with 1 lap to go. Closely followed by Rachel Gibson, and hot on her heels is Kirsty Foster from Willowfield.
And Caroline McNabb of the East Down Club in 4th place. Very strong running from Caroline as she comes through onto her second lap. And then we have City of Derry Spartans.
Hannah Wade from City of Derry Spartans coming through in 5th position for the first lap of the senior women's race at the Northern Ireland and Ulster Relay Championships.
It's interesting just looking down through the start list that the majority of the athletes in Willowfield, Annadale, North Down appear to be predominantly middle distance athletes, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is an event that definitely favours our middle distance athletes versus, clubs that are fielding marathon runners and 5k and 10k athletes. This is very much under distance for those guys, as from talking to North Belfast, the winners of the Masters men's race, loads of them are running half marathons almost every other week, and this is just a little bit of fun for them. But our track specialists enjoy this, and it is something that is closer to their favourite event.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see North Down coming through, the North Down B team, followed by Ballymena runners. That's Katie Heaney.
We'd expect that a changeover will take place in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Who do you think will be leading coming through the first leg?
I won't lie, I think Rachel looked really strong. Hannah looked comfortable, but Rachel Gibson is gutsy, and she had a really fantastic track season where she was back really at her best, and it was fabulous to see. So I really think you can't write Rachel off at this point.
Absolutely.
She is, as we say, the person that's in front is there to be shot at, and Rachel will be shooting at Hannah. She will. However, Hannah did look comfortable.
She
so
did
it
look
depends.
comfortable. I mean, I suppose it's, we've said it before, we'll say it again probably before the end, but it's always very easy to go off that sort of first half lap just a wee bit hard, and then you end up sort of paying for it towards the back end of the second lap. Do you know what I mean? So Hannah has a lead of maybe 10-15 seconds, maybe not even. So you would fancy Rachel to try and claw back that advantage in the second lap.
Yeah, that would obviously be Rachel's goal, but whether it's possible, depending on how comfortable Hannah feels in the latter stage of the first leg. Hannah, of course, is going to be passing over to Kristen Herp, and then finishing up for the Striders team, it's going to be Dervla Cox and Robin.
And of course the Annandale team is coming in with a lot of pedigree. They've performed well in the cross-country league last year, the last few years should I say, so they're no strangers to winning team events.
No, they're not. Annandale have really built their women's section from being a men's only club. They added their first female member maybe 3 years ago now, and the female section has been going from strength to strength, and they've really been quite dominant in some of these Northern Ireland and Ulster championships. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking to win today. I know you've got ambitions that East Down are gonna.
I think East Down have a very good chance. I mean, it's gonna be interesting just to see how the second leg goes. But if they're in contention, I think the closing leg, especially in East Down, I think it would be capable of closing any sort of lead that may have developed, but I think you'd have to give them at least maybe anything more than 30-40 seconds. I think is probably unattainable in terms of trying to close a gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kelly Neely ran a particularly fast leg for that Masters women's race, so I'm sure Anna will have that time in her sights and will be hoping to better that today.
Absolutely. Won't be long now until we see them coming into sight just from the car park. It's a long way to the finish from the car park. We mentioned it earlier, if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying to you. And we will try and get a word just with a few athletes as the race goes on as well. We were talking to North Belfast Harriers Cahir Purvis just a few moments ago as well. I think we may grab a word with Michael McGee of Beachmount Harriers. I see him standing there. So we'll maybe try and get a word with Michael to see how Beachmount. So we'll try and get a few words here just after the leaders go by. And it looks like it is Hannah Gilliland off Annandale Strider. She's maintained her lead well. Kirsty Foster not letting her go, not letting her have it all her own way as they come down to the end of this first leg.
Yeah, really strong run from Kirsty Foster to put a large gap on Rachel Gibson and actually close a little bit on Hannah Gilliland. I wonder if she'd been slightly closer to Hannah on that first lap, if she would have been challenging more for that first position. The Willowfield Harriers changing over in second place to Katie McKittrick, as Rachel Gibson from North Down is coming in to hand over in third place. Rachel's going to hand over to Claire Quigley, and we have a little bit of a gap to our fourth position.
Rachel just lost maybe a wee bit of ground on that second lap, as we see Caroline McNabb of East Down Athletic Club coming down the home straight.
Caroline is going to hand over to Hannah Somani, where she'll be looking to maintain or improve on East Down's position so far.
So Caroline McNabb comes through. Hannah Somani of East Down goes out on the second leg. I would say there's probably 45 seconds or so to make up on that third place.
Yeah, we're just getting it through. The Hannah Gilliland has run 11:02 for her leg today.
That's very impressive running. That'll be hard to beat, I think.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty difficult for the rest of our athletes to beat, but if we get any more information, we'll bring it to you. Oh, you want me to interview? Hello, we're here with Michael McGee from Beachmount Harriers, who are having a great day so far with
we are indeed.
Women doing really well. How are you finding the day?
Women's Masters were third overall, which was a great result, and with a good, strong male open team with Finn Diver taking the first leg, and JJ Gracie coming back into form is going to take the anchor leg, so we're hoping we're at least top 10, maybe possibly top 5.
Yeah, it's great to see JJ back. Do you know how he's feeling about this today? Has he made an appearance yet, or is he still?
He hasn't made an appearance yet, but he's pretty nervous, obviously. You know, he's been out, 3 years, so yeah, he's pretty nervous, but I think he's up for it, so he should give it a good go. So
no, it's really good to see him back. It's really difficult for athletes to come back after injury and put themselves back on the line again. What about yourself? I know you've been struggling with a few injuries. Are you going to be putting yourself back in the line anytime soon?
No. Prognosis is new knee. So
a new knee is required.
Yeah, I'll be just concentrating on the coaching the juniors, and if I can get a couple of mine myself, I'll be more than happy.
And how is the junior coaching going for you?
Yeah, it's going good. We have a couple of up and coming athletes coming through, so yeah, we're hoping to get a couple of junior teams in the cross country.
Anyone running tomorrow that you're aware of?
We don't have anybody tomorrow. We're kind of targeting. We have 6 or 8 of the races that we're targeting. Armagh, obviously, we're combining with today. We thought we'll leave Armagh and we'll be doing the ones closer to home.
Great, thanks very much, Michael. Hopefully Beachmount have a bit more success in the senior men's race.
Yeah, hopefully, definitely. and hopefully you'll get back to running yourself.
I'm back, just not doing very much yet. We'll see.
No problem. Okay.
Thank
thanks.
you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Michael. That was Michael McGee, a legend of the Beachmount Harriers Club, based in the West Belfast area.
Runners leg 1. B team 14-21.
All good now. So will Annandale be holding on to their lead? Kirsty Foster wasn't too far behind. It's going to be interesting to see how Katie McKittrick fares in the second leg for Willowfield Harriers. And of course, Annandale have Kirsten in the second leg. So can she maintain that lead, Katie? Do you think that's going to be...
Scrabble Striders approaching the end of the first leg. Leaves us just for us Harriers to go.
So it won't be long until we see our leaders coming into the home straight. I think it's probably quite likely to be Annandale Striders, but we can't count out Katie McKittrick off Willowfield Harriers. Just seeing a few athletes turning up for the senior men's race. Just seeing Owen Tottner of the Newcastle Athletics Club.
Yeah, I think Newcastle will certainly be in contention.
Could be one of the favourites, I would say.
They've fielded on the team today. Senior men's race is going to kick off at 3 p.m, so make sure you tune back in for that. Conditions here are still definitely favourable, and just coming through here, still Annandale Striders. Kirsten Herbie of Annandale Striders has maintained the lead that Hannah Gilliland has created for her, and Katie McKittrick from Willowfield is still...
This could be a good race.
Yes,
this
she is clinging on to the Annandale Striders athletes. She has not lost any ground there at all that Kirsty Foster created in that first leg. A little bit of a gap back here to our North Down AC athlete, but Claire Quigley from North Down is certainly working to get back on to those leading two.
As we see Hannah Samani in fourth place, she's closing in very well on the North Down athlete, so we could be seeing a real possibility of East Down moving into the top three. Very, very close indeed, so she's probably got about 6 or 7 seconds behind the North Down athlete.
Yeah, Hannah Samani of East Down has closed that gap a little bit on the first lap, and I'm sure she will be looking to continue to close down and even overtake the North Down athlete if possible.
And we should mention that Anna Gardner is on that anchor leg for East Down, so it'll be very interesting to see just how well she'll be able to close. It could really boil down to who is on the third leg for both of the teams.
Yeah, the third leg is definitely crucial here, as we mentioned.
It almost looks like there's a battle for first and second, and there's a battle for third and fourth.
Yeah, just seeing Caitlin Harvey of Roadrunners AC going through there after a fantastic performance in the half marathon just last weekend.
Moving up to the half marathon, and we should mention that Caitlin was previously a member of the Annandale Striders Club, so she is now with Roadrunners AC. I think she was maybe originally with Roadrunners, she went to Annandale, then she came back to Roadrunners. So
a little bit of hopping around.
It's interesting to see her out with the Roadrunners Club today. As we look to Lagan Valley AC coming down the home straight as they come through the start-finish area?
That is Suzanne Higgins coming through the start-finish area for Lagan Valley.
And a battle here between Ballymena runners.
Coming through here, we've got two athletes working together, Ballymena Runners and Victoria Park and Conswater Club working together, as they'll be coming through to run their second lap on the second leg of the senior women's race at the Northern Ireland Ulster Road Relay Championships.
Inroads into the Strider's lead. So Kirsten Harper held on. What about battle for third, fourth? Between North Down and East Down.
And Jog Lisburn Running Club coming through the line there.
So 16 teams out there battling for senior ladies honours in our...
We have 16 teams in total in this one. And as I say, it was the Annadale Striders women's team that won last year.
They're looking to retain their title today. They certainly put a strong team out. No B team members, that was for sure, in this team.
So who are we going to have in the lead coming on to the third leg? It was a close encounter between Annadale and Willowfield, just coming off that first lap, so it will be interesting to see if there's any sort of change in the order as they come through to start the third leg. East Down were closing in on third position as well, which is also very exciting. I think Hannah Samani maybe closed in easily 40-45 seconds over that one lap, so it's certainly going to be interesting to see how far East Down will have progressed. They possibly could be in a cemented third position after the second leg.
Yeah, as you say, East Down have Anna Gardner on their final leg, so really the goal of the team should be leaving her in the best position possible going into the final two laps of this race.
Ballymena runners coming round for a lap to go. The yellow and black vest of Annadale Striders, or possibly the blue and white horizontal stripes of Willowfield. Again, any team managers left over tips?
Just seeing our Ballymena Runners B team going through to run the second lap on the second leg of the senior women's race. All eyes are now on this home straight as we wait to see what colour of vest is coming through, and I think I am getting the first glimpses. Is it the blue and white of Willowfield or the yellow and black of Annadale? And it looks like it is going to be the yellow and black of Annadale Striders with Kirsten Harpy in the lead, but Katie McKittrick has given her no room.
She really has. I think she maybe kept a little bit in reserve just to hold that lead. She maybe waited until she came up on her shoulder.
Looks like we're going to have an exciting finish, Neil. Katie McKittrick is really pushing on to Annadale Striders, Kirsten, but it is going to be Kirsten Harpy of Annadale Striders as she changes over to Dervla Cox, and it is also going to be the second of our Foster girls. It is going to be Jodie Foster on this leg for Willowfield Harriers.
Just a glance over to our left there, we can see Hannah Samani of East Down Athletic Club. She's well and truly in a good position in third there now. She seems to have opened up a sizable gap on fourth place, which is North Down AC. So this will be interesting to see. It's actually, that looks like Roadrunners in fact, and it's going to be a very exciting finish to see who gets in that third place.
Yes, Hannah Samani, excellent leg for her to put East Down AC in a really good position going into this third leg. And it looks like Caitlin Harvey of Roadrunners AC is coming into fourth. What a fantastic leg for her, moving her team from further down the field into contention.
Just as we see Abigail Elliott taking off there for East Down AC onto that third leg. Roadrunners have finished, so that is going to be
Sarah McCann taking over from Caitlin Harvey for Roadrunners AC.
Just as we see North Down coming through in fifth place currently.
So that was Claire Quigley from North Down AC changing over to Lucy Cheatley.
What a race we have in our hands here now. So there really is a battle on for that first position, and there's a battle on, of course, for that final podium place as well. And you would imagine there probably won't be much between Dervla Cox and Jodie Foster in this third leg. I think it'll be a fairly tight encounter here. And then we'll just look to see Willowfield Harriers' final leg will be led out by Lucy Foster and Annadale Strider's Robin McKee. So it could well come down to that final leg. It could be neck and neck until the finish, but we'll soon find out. As we see City of Derry Spartans heading out onto their third leg. Would be interesting just to get a clocking on that Hannah Samani second leg there. She made up a huge amount of ground to get into third place.
We're seeing Suzanne Higgins of Lagan Valley ACA team coming through, followed by Tefelta.
Awesome as ever.
So we're just joined by Rachel Gibson of North Down AC. She had a really fantastic first leg there, looked pretty tough into the second lap. But how did that feel for you?
Very tough. I think this race is always a shock to the system because it's kind of the race that everyone uses to see where they're at. But it's always a really good day out, so well organised and enjoyable enough, but tough in that final straight. And Hannah and Kirsty had amazing runs, so kudos to them. I just couldn't catch them.
Yeah, you had a really, really good first lap there. I think it's just really hard to judge your pace, and especially if you're coming off the back of track season. You had a really great year, so how are you feeling coming off the back of that?
Yeah, I'm still building back up again, trying to get a few miles in, finding the winter training quite tough, but we'll get there. Don't want to peak too soon. Yeah, just want to keep building up.
What is next for you? I know you normally do everything. You normally do a bit of road, cross country and the track, but what is next for you coming up?
Yeah, so a couple of weeks time I'm going to be running for my English club Herne Hill in the English National Road Relays over in Sutton Coldfield, so looking forward to that. And then a wee bit of cross country, not too much, and then probably Sealy 10k, and then indoor hopefully in the new year. So
yeah, it seems like you kind of do a similar pattern every year, but those Sutton Road Relays are something that we can really aspire to here in Northern Ireland. We have these road relays. The Sutton Road Relays have been going for absolutely years, and they are a very historic event, so best of luck for that. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much there to Rachel Gibson off North Down. She was out on the first leg, of course, and she was in third place at the time before handing off. So it won't be long now until we see our leaders, and in fact I think we can actually see them coming through possibly in the very far distance. Will it be Dervla or will it be Willowfield's Lucy Foster? And it looks like it's Dervla Cox as she starts to make her way down to the end of the first lap.
I can still see the Willowfield athlete Jodie is not too far behind. It looks like the gap has extended slightly compared to whenever they changed over, but it is going to be Dervla Cox of Annadale Striders maintaining their lead on this third leg.
First lap. Jodie Foster she's looking to be, she's maybe in excess of 30 seconds behind at this point, and she was a wee bit behind just when she started her leg. So Dervla Cox coming through onto the second lap of her leg.
Yeah, Dervla, of course, is just off the back of a half marathon last weekend, and I know that she has plans to do potentially the Bangor 10K, so a very packed racing schedule for her at the moment, and this is definitely on the speedwork side for Dervla. We're still waiting on Jodie Foster coming through.
There's Jodie Foster now, so she's looking good as she comes through here. She's well and truly on her own in second place. And our next focus will be, of course, on that third place position. Abigail Elliott off Eastdown AC had a lead when she was starting her leg, which was made by a superb leg from Hannah Samani. So we're going to see if she's still in that third position. It looks like she is, as she makes her way down to start her second lap.
Yeah,
and she does seem to have a fairly good advantage as well in third place. So
yeah, next behind her was Roadrunners AC, where Caitlin Harvey left them in an excellent position in fourth place when she changed over. So it'll be interesting to see how Sarah McCann of Roadrunners has fared and what the gap is looking like between her and Abigail Elliott of Eastdown AC.
So Abigail Elliott of Eastdown, third position at the moment as she heads on to her second lap. Northdown currently in fourth place. They are about 250 metres back, I would say.
Yes, Northdown have regained that fourth place after Caitlin Harvey of Roadrunners AC moved up multiple places on her.
And it looks like it's possibly Ballymena Runners in fifth place, Roadrunners then in sixth place.
Yeah, so for Ballymena Runners, that's Charlotte Thompson.
So Northdown have come through on Roadrunners. And this will be Ballymena Runners coming in to finish their second leg.
Just as we see Roadrunners come through into the second lap.
I haven't ran that fast in a long time.
And I think we'll just be able to talk to Caitlin Harvey off Roadrunners AC. She was on the second leg.
So yeah, we're joined by Caitlin Harvey. She had an absolutely blistering run to move Roadrunners AC back into, we think, fourth position.
I think we were fourth. I'm not too sure. The third runner has just gone past. I think we're back into fifth now. But we've one to go, so it's still quite close. So we'll see how it goes.
And how is the marathon training going? I'm sure it's a bit of a change compared to where your background comes from on the track.
A lot of track stuff, but I don't think I ran the track in about a year and a half. So if I was to go back there now, I wouldn't be able to walk it for a few days. But yeah, marathon training's going well. Only 5 weeks ago now, so just 3 weeks training and then 2 week taper. So looking forward to it. It's a bit daunting, but look forward to it. Might as well.
And how is everything going? You ran a really great half marathon last weekend in Belfast. How are you feeling after that? How's the body today? Did you recover okay?
Yeah, not too bad. It took a few days easy, and then did a session on Thursday, and then day off yesterday, and then into this. So this is a big shock to the system after running 600 miles all the time. But it's good. You actually don't realise that whenever you run all that, you actually still can tap into the speed. So it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the aerobic stuff is so important, and you don't lose the speed. Don't lose the speed.
Well, it might go a little bit, but it always comes back.
Well, we're delighted to hear you're feeling so good today, and hopefully that tempo tomorrow goes well and it helps in your marathon preparation in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck with that, Caitlin. Thank you for talking to us.
No problem.
Fantastic. That was Caitlin Harvey off Roadrunners AC. Just as we look back to Lagan Valley AC, that is Katrina McCorkle off Lagan Valley.
It's all comes back. I think.
As we see then Drumore Athletic Club and Victoria Park and Conswater.
Victoria Park going through with Drumore AC.
What's going to do it to yourself?
So Annadale from Willowfield Harriers, from Eastdown, from Northdown. Annadale, sizable advantage, 30 seconds or more I would say, and they have a strong fourth leg in Robin McKee coming up, so it's very hard to look past Annandale at this point. I would say Annandale are strong favourites to take the win yet again.
Yeah, it looks like they are likely to retain their title. But of course, don't rule out Willowfield Harriers. Kirsty got them off to an excellent start, and Katie McKittrick really maintained the position that they had when she's a very young athlete. You know,
very
she's
young,
a teenager.
very much so, and they've so many up and coming athletes at Willowfield. It's Dervla Cox coming through for Annandale Striders.
Yeah,
coming to the end of the third leg as she passes off to Robin McKee, heading into the fourth leg. And we're getting an indication that Dervla's time may be the fastest time of the day so far in the senior women's.
Fastest, we don't know about Hannah Samani, but we know from what we'd heard the previous fastest that we'd had officially was Hannah Gilliland around 11:02, I think it was.
11:02, yeah, we thought so. 11:01.
No, 11:09.
Oh, 11:09. Sorry, okay.
So just off that, but still a fantastic
Hannah's still
time.
the fast time. So will we see a sub 11 clocking today? That's the question. We obviously have Anna Gardner, Robin McKee in these final legs. So I think both of them will have a good effort at going sub 11.
Yeah, definitely that should be what's within their sights. And if East Down want to maybe push for that second position, which I think they could potentially do, Anna may need that sub 11 clocking. But it looks like in third position is going to be Jodie Foster from Willowfield Harriers.
Coming in second.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Second position. They have maintained their place.
That's what I think, Peter. Marty said he's in practice around 77.
So Judy Foster comes in. Lucy Foster is on her way into the final leg. So we now look down to see if we see any sighting of East Down or North Down. And that looks to be, is that a North Down vest? That possibly looks like a North Down vest.
It could be. Remember, Neil, we have multiple North Down
teams, so it could well be either the North Down B or C team. Just looking down there, though, we can't see any indication of East Down in the picture, so I would imagine that is possibly the B or C. But now I can start to see East Down coming from the car park. From the car park, you have about 500 metres, 600 metres. As we see North Down coming through into the start-finish area.
Yeah, I can confirm that is the North Down B team coming through now. So it is indeed East Down in third position.
It's East Down in third position, and it is Abigail Elliott, and she'll be passing off to Anna Gardner, who is waiting patiently to get going here.
And it's going to be East Down hanging on the third place.
It's Abigail Elliott as she comes down to let Anna Gardner get on her way into this fourth leg. What sort of time can we see East Down closing in? Is second place still attainable?
It's a large gap, Neil. I'm not sure.
Overly optimistic probably, but a top three finish would be a great showing here as Anna Gardner gets on her way. North Down coming into the home straight as well. She has probably 40 seconds, I would say, to make up on East Down, maybe more possibly. Would you say?
I would say so. The first section of this lap is like a shorter straight, so Anna may not even have that. She definitely won't have first position in her sight. She may be able to see second position, but she might be going into the first section of her leg a little bit blind, which means that it's going to be slightly harder to judge.
There's no question about it, though. I would imagine Anna probably will be able to see the Willowfield athlete up ahead, but it's going to be a sizable advantage. Something that is probably going to be just a bit too much going into this last leg as we see Ballymena runners come through. Second lap off the third leg.
That is the Ballymena Runners B team coming through the start-finish area to start their second lap, and it looks like in the distance we are seeing Tefelta runners coming through.
Tefelta runners, of course we were talking to Cahir Purvis earlier on about the development of Tefelta AC as we see road runners.
Judith McMaster passing off to Claire as Roadrunners have maintained their position from the last leg. That is Sarah McCann.
Sarah McCann off Roadrunners AC.
Roadrunners home in 6th place of 14:39. So it looks like the top 6 barring some amazing turnaround. Very well settled. This looks like City of Derry Spartans are going to come through next.
City of Derry Spartans are making their way down into the start-finish area. A strong showing from the City of Derry club.
Well done, young lady. So that's them in.
As we look down the home straightaway, it looks like it is Robin McKee off Annandale Striders, and she is away out in the lead. I can't even see second place at this point. It doesn't look like we will see second place, but Robin McKee coming through to get onto the second lap is the fastest leg off the day going to be, as we just look over as she comes through. And she definitely is not hanging around, that's for sure. As we look back down, no sign of Willowfield's Lucy Foster, and of course Eastdown in third position as well. But we are now joined by Derval Cox. She was on the third leg for Annandale Striders, and she got them into a fairly commanding position. So Derval, just talk us through how the leg went for you.
My teammate Robin came up to me at the start and told me I was racing one of the fastest girls in Willowfield, so I kind of was a bit nervous before I started. So you know when you usually sprint and then you calm down, I was like, don't calm down, she'll catch you. So that was my tactic.
Very good.
But yeah, it was okay. I just I felt it coming into the second loop, but you just have to hang on then and hope for the best.
And you were part of the winning team last year as well then?
I was. I'm getting on a bit, I'm quite old.
Are you saying you're going to be in the Masters team next year, or is this?
Yeah, well, I'm 34 next week, so yeah, I might get one more year out of it, and then I'll be into the Masters team.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, and I'm hoping some young girls come through.
Yeah, you have a very strong team. You've been performing well over the cross country as well, obviously.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, where do you go from here then? Will you be running in the cross country much this year, or will you?
We do hope to get. We weren't sure at the start, but we got 2 or 3 new girls there who are keen on cross country. So hopefully we are going to get some team outings for the first time, because usually there's only 1 or 2 of us.
Yep.
So it will be nice actually to get Striders girls out in the cross country as well.
Very good, very good. And will Robin bring it home here? Or?
Absolutely, that's why we put her in the last leg.
I don't think it's in doubt.
See her sprint finish, that's why she got the last leg. None of us can do that. So yes, I think I've all my confidence is in Robin.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much, Derval. That was Derval Cox off Annandale Strider. She was on the third leg before passing it off to Robin McKee, who has got a commanding lead, and she's on her last lap now. She's maybe trying to stir down the clock, trying to maybe get under that 11-minute mark, which is sort of the benchmark, I think, in the road relays for the senior women. If you can go sub 11 minutes, you know you're definitely in shape. Just as we see Davy Foster walk past with a couple of cups of coffee as he cheers on his. I mean, it might as well be a Foster team for Willowfield, who are currently in second place. Lucy Foster.
So we're waiting for
They should start their own club at this point. Just call it the Foster Club.
Foster AC.
Yes. We saw, just to catch you up, we saw Lucy Foster of Willowfield Harriers coming through in second position there.
And that looks like Anna Gardner. Anna Gardner has appeared, so Anna Gardner still clearly in third place. I don't think third place is out of question now, so I think it looks like we could have our 1, 2, 3 already confirmed.
And here we have
Eastdown's Anna Gardner coming through in third place. Fourth place is not in sight, so as I say, I think we have first place Annandale Striders, second place Willowfield Harriers, and third place Eastdown, and I think it's all but confirmed at this point. I can't see any changes happening in the final lap.
Los Harriers changeover. It does indeed.
So the eyes will be on the clock. What can Robin McKee clock here for this final leg? She was well in the lead, so it will be interesting to see if she still will have the motivation. I know obviously running on your own is just difficult to keep the foot down when you know the win is pretty much all but secured.
And here we have our young Lisbon lady.
We will see Robin McKee appearing very shortly, coming in to take the win here. So I would say she's maybe just a couple of minutes away, maybe not even. So we just look down the home straightaway.
She'll be looking then for Tafilta, Roadrunner, City of Derry.
And of course we have a super exciting senior men's race coming up as well. Plenty of teams out in force. Newcastle, North Down, City of Derry Spartans, Ballymena Runners, Ballymena and Antrim, East Down. So it should be a fairly exciting race. And we were talking to Michael McGiff Beachmount, who says that Beachmount shouldn't be discounted either. They are looking for a top 5 position possibly. As we see Roadrunners AC coming into sight down the home straightaway.
Looks like Orla McCann.
And there is the first sighting there of Robin McKee as she comes through, coming down the home straight, no one near her, in splendid isolation. And Annadale are going to win this.
I would say this is going to be a
very fast leg.
Robin
She seemed to be moving very strongly when she came through the first lap. It looks like she's probably picked it up coming through into the finish. What's it going to be on the clock?
Northern Ulster champions, Annadale Striders.
Robin McKee comes through for Annadale to take victory yet again in the NN Ulster Road Relays 2023. And a commanding victory as well at that. I mean, I don't think anyone, when we looked at it on paper, we thought, can't see anything other than an Annadale win, and they lived up to the expectation, they lived up to the hype, and a superb performance.
Yeah, really fantastic, solid performance. They didn't have any B runners, as we've said. Everyone was on their game, and we still actually can't see anyone else finishing yet, can we?
Yeah, Willowfield Harriers I think will be coming into sight very, very shortly in the form of Lucy Foster, and I think I can see Lucy now. So Lucy is closing in here on a second place finish for Willowfield Harriers. There was debate there whether Robin McKee was still using the surname McKee. She got married there a couple of months ago, and it seems to be that she is still under as Robin McKee.
I know, I still use my maiden name as well.
Still use your maiden name as well. So as we see Lucy Foster coming in to the finish for Willowfield Harriers / Foster AC to take second place in the Senior Women's Road Relays 2023. So the next question is, will East Down still be in that third position? And I think, seeing by the gap we've seen after the first lap, Anna Gardner was storming round, nothing in her way, and she was in a commanding third position. So it won't be very long until we see Anna appearing.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out here for Anna coming through. It can be a very difficult position to be in when the gap is quite large.
You can go out very aggressively, can't you? And then that second lap is a real challenge. But hopefully Anna can just steer the ship home in third place for East Down.
Have East Down been on the podium for this event in recent years?
They have indeed, yes. East Down have been on the podium before in the road relays a couple of years ago, so it'll be good to see them back on it. Unfortunately, the senior men aren't quite as successful as the senior women, but it's fantastic to see, as I've said before, just the fantastic turnout from all the clubs across the province today, from Coal Island to Coleraine to Downpatrick, and of course our plethora of Belfast clubs, as we see Anna Gardner coming into the home straight, no one near, completely on her own.
Yeah, we had all of our women running quite isolated today in this race. It started off quite close and then it stretched out pretty quickly.
And interestingly, she did take a glance down at her watch. Maybe that is a motivating factor to try and break the clock. So Anna Gardner coming through. Fantastic leg there from Anna Gardner to seal third spot for Eastdown AC. A fantastic leg by Kate Samani to get them right back into contention. We thought after the first leg that possibly, I think they were maybe 30-40 seconds down, but Kate Samani got them right back in it. And of course then Abigail Elliott steadied the ship then in the third leg, and Anna Gardner just completely consolidated that third place. And we will try and get some post-race reaction from the Annadale winning team as well, so just keep an eye for that as well.
Bravo Striders coming around with a lap to go. Oh, changing over, sorry. Apologies, changing over, sorry Graham. So finishing leg 3.
Looks like coming into the home straight to finish in 4th position is North Down AC Rebecca's Coffin.
4th place. Vicky McVeigh for John Lisburn, lap to go for Vicky. North Down leg time of 12:54. Felton coming in for 5th place. Stay right, young lady, stay right. Jay.
Coming in 6th place is Felton AC. We were talking to Car Purvis earlier on, and sure they were delighted with that position.
Completing all the leg 3 runners.
Just when he's in the garden.
North Down with a lap to go, and we're going to have road runners who are probably finishing, Liz, yes?
Oh no, it's only got back 3.
Yep, road runner is going to come in 6th place today. Road runners in 6th. Meep. So could we ask the prize winners, please? That's the Annadale Striders ladies team, Wallafield Harriers, and the Eastdown. Could you make your way across, please, to the presentation area, the green flag, and you'll get your prizes awarded to you over there. City of Derry Spartans finishing, and Victoria Park and Cons Water finishing also.
Right, so I'm switching out number 2, right?
Why don't you use 2 mics so the live stream can hear it?
Yeah, we are. Katie's going to be on that.
Okay.
We're going to bring Katie's
over. Also finishing
so it's hers
inside the top 10.
Right, so we'll do it.
Actually 10th place. So, have we got any of our winning teams over there yet? We need Eastdown, we need Willowfield, we need Annandale Striders, please. Over to the presentation podium as soon as you can. There's the Striders girls heading over. Yep.
What's the next race? Yeah. Well done, Laura. Right. Is that 5 miles? What, did you break 11 miles?
I was quite far from that. Break 11 minutes. She ran 11:09 now. Why? We're all taking it easy. Yeah, at least I can say that. I just didn't need to go fast. Well, no, I was trying. The last just stopped like me. I ran in up the head to clip up. So I was looking ahead, so I couldn't see it from the camera. And then I heard voice, very tight. And I was like, so I never said so. I was like,
so you can see we've got Eastdown, we've got Striders, we got the Willowfield girls.
Yes.
They're over there. Great, super. Press the button up, Celine. Press the button.
I actually put it on.
Two.
Yeah, that's for Terry Corson. He can do that. Terry to do it.
It's working. Have we got Jerry Carson handy? President of Athletics saying aye. Jerry Carson, are you around? Jerry, could you make your way across, please, to the presentation dais?
Well, we are going to start the presentation for the third race of the day. Senior women.
Need Jerry Carson.
We need Jerry Carson. There he is. And I'm going to call the teams one by one, starting with the third.
So we're just about to see the podium presentation taking place.
The bronze medal, which is
of course the third place finishers were Eastdown AC, the senior women's team.
And collect your medal. Congratulations. Great show.
As we see them getting presented just now, so it was a team of Caroline O'Hare, Hannah Samani, Abigail Elliott and Anna Gardner, as they receive their bronze medals from Jerry Carson.
Sometimes some pictures.
A great team performance from Eastdown as we then look over to Willowfield Harriers.
On second place we have Willowfield Harriers.
Team comprising of 3 foster sisters.
Silver medalists in 2023.
Very good.
Batting it out with Annandale.
No, I hadn't heard any.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was very good. It was a tough. We thought for a long time that
Kirsty Foster, Lucy Foster, Jodie Foster and Katie McKittrick of Willowfield Harriers claiming silver in the NN Ulster Relays 2023.
And I'm encoding.
And of course the winners then, Annandale Striders for a consecutive year, a team comprising of Hannah Gilliland, Robin McKee, Dervla Cox,
gold medal,
and Kirsten
Northern Ireland and Ulster champions
Harp, so they get their medals for goal position. Fantastic showing from all the teams today, of course. And the event just keeps going from strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. We had a great women's race here today. Annandale Striders really showing how dominant they are, and we expect, as Dervla said, to see them out over some of our cross-country leagues and some of our other championships on the road and grass this winter. Really young team from Willowfield as well to stick with those Annandale senior women, and I'm sure in several years' time they will definitely be challenging for that title.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Oh shit! It's hard to get rid of. It's slow to come on. It's steep. It's steep. Right up in. Yeah, get at it. Yeah. Yeah. That's annoying because when you're lifting your leg, it's. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Double big cheer, folks. Left to go. Ross Carriers.
Doing it well. Just slow.
And then there's eggs.
15-minute call for the senior men's race. Make sure your leg runners have got their chip on their ankles. Make sure they've got the right chip, the correct chip on their ankle. Any leftover chips, please? Bring them back to me in the tent here. If you've left them without registration, that's fine. You'll get them later on. Just don't go home with them.
If you're doing both, I'm going to go home prep for that race.
We're here with the winning team of the NN Ulster Senior Women's 2023 Road Relays. Girls, fantastic running from all yous. Just talk us through what the plan was, how you sort of organised the team, who was in what leg and whatnot. I suppose we'll maybe first talk to anyone volunteering on. Hannah Gilliland was on the first leg, so we'll talk to Hannah first. Hannah, talk us through how when you got out pretty aggressively. Just talk us through, what your sort of thought process was of getting out strong and sort of maintaining a lead then just into the second leg.
Yeah, I kind of took off and didn't realise how fast I was running, but I knew that I would need to get out quite hard because I knew that Willowfield had quite a strong team in East Down, so I wanted to get out and kind of get as down the whole time, but it was kind of the fear that got me the last 800 metres probably.
Okay, very good. And then just heading on to the second leg, then you had a bit of a tall order then just to keep the momentum going then to lead into the third leg.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be first or last. That's too much pressure for me, so I was happy going second and then giving the pressure to the rest of the team,
very good. And this is your first experience in the Annandale winning team then? You're a new member to the winning experience?
Yes.
Yeah. Very good, okay. Okay, and then Dervla was on the third leg. We'd spoken to you just over after your leg. 11:09, we think it may be the leg, second fastest leg of the day. Hannah Gilliland 11:02, Dervla 11:09. So you had previously said it was just get out hard and try and maintain that first place position.
Yeah, I just also didn't look at the watch. It doesn't really tell you any good news. So I passed somebody that said that about the half marathon on the course, and he was just watching, and I was like, the watch places restrictions on you, don't look at it again. So yeah, I just didn't want the Willowfield to catch me, so there was no sort of resting period. You just ran, no looking at the watch, and go see what happens.
Very good, very good. And then the anchor leg, Robin McKee. Can we still call you Robin McKee, or do you use your...
Still Robin McKee.
It's still Robin McKee. There was a bit of deliberation just with Glenn on the main commentary and us, so we didn't know what to call you, so Robin McKee. So fantastic last leg. You just sort of held together. Did you glance down at the watch, or was it just sort of just get the ship home and take the win?
Yeah, I did glance at the watch. I just didn't want to blow up. Fourth leg is pressure. So, but once I saw Dervla come through, I knew that we had a big lead. So I just wanted to bring the team home, and really proud of all the girls today.
It's 3 years in a row, yeah, absolutely fantastic, and hopefully 4 years in a row next year. You'll be back, obviously, and he's had plans then to go on to do the cross country league and the Sealy Cup and whatnot. Is any doing the Bangor 10k next week?
Yeah, a team in for Bangor next week, so we're all going to be getting ready for that now. Yeah.
Very good. That was the Annadale Striders winning team of the NN Ulster Relays 2023. Thank you very much.
Neil. We are well underway in the final race of the day, the senior men's race in the Northern Ireland and Ulster Road Relay Championships. Of course, last year's winners Clonliffe, this is now a closed championship and they are not attending. So it will be second and third placers from last year that will be looking to get on that top podium spot. Notably, we have Annandale Striders. They have a team out today. Also looking strong is Newcastle and District. We've also got really good teams from Beachmount Harriers, North Belfast Harriers and East Down.
And I think just looking down the start list, we'll sort of be looking towards the likes of Newcastle, District AC, Ballymena and Antrim, City of Derry Spartans, Annandale Striders, and possibly Beachmount, and of course North Belfast not to be discounted either. So looking through the first leg, I would imagine we'll probably see Owen Totten possibly coming through here, so we'll just keep an eye on it. It's going to be a fairly swift first leg. Immediately from the start, we seen Newcastle going straight to the front, so they mean business. There is always that risk, of course, of going just out a bit too hard, a bit too keen in the first half lap, and then you're, of course, struggling in the final stages of the leg. So just go through some of the teams for you. Newcastle have Owen Totten, Niall Goodman, and there seems to be a change possibly in their team. Yeah, so it's Owen Totten and Goodman, Lindsay Gordon and Robbie Hagan. Ballymena and Antrim, Gareth Hill, Diarmuid Hanna, Cian MacDonald, Bernard Brady. North Down, Daniel Dines, Craig McMeekin, Mark Carberry, Jamie McMeekin. City Derry Spartans, Louis Cole, Aidan Healy, Sean Malarkey and Jack Crampsey. North Belfast Harriers, we were talking to him of course earlier on, Catherine Purvis, Mark Cornett, James Traynor, Niall Armstrong. Beachmount, JJ Gracie and Finn Diver, the two young athletes in the opening two legs for them. And we had mentioned that Seamus McCann and his son Connor are watching on. They are attending a wedding today, couldn't make it. So shout out to them. And we just look up and it is Owen Totten for Newcastle and District in the lead, just ahead of Finn Diver of Beachmount in a very good position, just settled in behind with Catherine Purvis in third place. So Owen Totten from Beachmount's Finn Diver, North Belfast Catherine Purvis, Ballydrain in fourth, Gareth Hill off Ballymena and Antrim in fifth. Brandon McCune in fifth place for Annandale Striders. Jamie McMeekin off North Down, James Hamilton off Ballymena Runners. As we see Mollusk Harriers coming through then in about 8th or 9th place. So the field has completely fractured already at this early stage. But of course, as we've seen in the earlier races, there's a long way to go. A lot can change in the final legs. And different teams put out different runners based on different abilities in each leg. So some teams may favour a stronger start, other teams may favour putting them out towards the end in the third and fourth legs. As we see Daniel Giles off East Down AC, just ahead of Victoria Park and Conswater, Lagan Valley AC.
Anybody tell me who was leading there?
Ballydrain have a strong team in Jared Martin, David Spalding, Chris Dinsdale. And in that final leg, Luke Wallace. And definitely, just as the day has went on, we have noticed a slight drop in the temperature. The sun is no longer out, and the coats are definitely coming on as we wait for them to reappear. Owen Totten had a slight advantage over young Beachmount Harrier Finn Diver, just 17 years old, from Cahir Purvis, who we had chatted to earlier on.
Colin was certainly a couple of stone lighter than he was. Am I right, Colin? A couple of stone lighter than you were there a minute ago. What? It made me wet the tree there, didn't it? It is for short time. He's getting really
So this race was won last year by Clonliffe Harriers in splendid fashion. Ephraim Giddy on the anchor leg then, and he has went from strength to strength over the last year as well. Sub 28 minute 10k athlete. I would be astonished if anyone was to get within 15-20 seconds of his leg last year. I think if I remember correctly, it was a 9:02 leg, which is phenomenal running. And that was, of course, in the final leg. So let's take a look then if we can see them in the distance. It looks like it's going to be a close one between Owen Totten, Cahir Purvis and Finn Diver. Interestingly, Cahir and Finn Diver would both be middle distance athletes predominantly. Owen has obviously dabbed into the marathon in recent years, 10k. So it will be interesting to see how they fare in this opening leg. And we would be typically expecting the leaders in each of these legs to come through in around the 9:40, 9:50 range, and Cahir Purvis has opened up a lead, and Cahir is coming down the home stretch. He's ahead of Owen Totten. He probably has about 30 metres. He's in the shape, he's in the form, he's showing it here. He's coming down through to pass off to Mark Cornett of North Belfast Harriers. So here we go. Owen Totten, Newcastle and District AC will be passing off to Niall Goodman. Niall Goodman also in very good shape. A 5:17 mile up the Mill Hill. Finn Diver, the young 17-year-old, comes through as he lets his Beachmount teammate go off. Jared Martin coming through for Ballydrain.
Yeah, Jared Martin there having a really good leg. I think Finn Diver having a little glance behind him just to check how close he was. Finn Diver, of course, a bit of a track specialist, maybe slight over distance. Just seeing Gareth Hill there of Ballymena and Antrim coming over to change over to
handing over to Diarmuid Hanna of Ballymena and Antrim. And we will be probably looking at a very tight race here again. We've seen it in the Masters women's race, and I think this could be building up to be one of the races of the day. As we see City of Derry Spartans coming through just ahead of North Down.
That's Louis Cole from City of Derry Spartans coming in just ahead of North Down's Daniel Dines. Daniel is
City of Derry 10:50 North Down.
That may be the North Down B team. Do you think?
I think it is.
Yeah, that's the North Down B team.
I think the A team already has come through. as we look down and see East Down's Matt Besant coming through to pass off to Adam Withers. And we were talking to him earlier on, but we now have Cahir Purvis back again. He was the leading leg runner in the first leg. Cahir, fantastic leg. You sort of just sat in the first lap and then pushed through. You were behind Owen and Finn. And at what stage did you sort of think, right, I'm going to have to make a push for home here and try and get into the lead for North Belfast?
I felt pretty comfortable, and then round the start of the second lap, the second corner, Owen got a gap on Finn, so I overtook Finn, sat in behind Owen. In the last corner, my dad was down there, he shared a go, and I went, and bye Owen.
That was enough for you. That was just the final kick you needed. And what's the conditions out there like now? It seems the wind seems to have picked up a bit. It's a wee bit cooler. Did you notice it, or was it just eyeballs out?
I can't say no because I sat in the whole race. So
yeah,
if anyone knows about the one, it's probably Owen.
I think I seen Owen about there. If you want to go up and thank him, I think he's just up ahead there talking to John Craig. So if you want to go and do that, that'd be great. That was Cahir Purvis of North Belfast. We were talking to him earlier on. He's in the shape. He was feeling confident, and a splendid first leg from him.
Yeah, really great first leg from Cahir. As he says, he tactically played it right, sat in. Might not be popular with the other athletes. He certainly has Owen to thank for taking all of that wind, but tactically played it right to bring North through the first leg in first position. He handed over to Mark Cornett, so it's down to Mark to see if North can get on the podium again today. Also running well on that leg was Finn Diver of Beachmount. Having a quick look behind him because Jared Martin of Ballydrain Harriers was hot on his heels. But it's looking like it's going to be pretty exciting. I think we're going to see lots of changes. Some of these teams are quite mixed in ability, so I feel like we're going to see some teams go backwards at this point and see some teams go forward. It'll be interesting to see when they come around where the standings currently are.
Yeah, we were mentioning just how teams set up. Some of them put the stronger athletes out front or out in the front legs. Others put them out towards the end. So it's going to be interesting just to see how it unfolds. I would imagine, the likes of Newcastle, North Belfast, Beachmount all have fairly even teams across the board. So I would say they're going to be hard to catch. They have opened up probably a gap of about 25-30 seconds on the rest of the teams. So it'll be interesting to see if that gap can be clawed back. And of course we have seen it being clawed back in the previous races.
Yeah, we saw lots of changes in lead, lots of people struggling over that second lap. Seems like Cahir really played it right with that first leg. He didn't go out too hard, he kept it easy, sat in, and I feel like that's a sensible approach. If I was running this today, I wouldn't be looking to strike out by myself, I don't think.
And just as we say that, it's Niall Goodman of Newcastle AC just ahead of Mark Cornett. Niall Goodman looking incredibly strong, he's looking smooth, looking relaxed. Coming off a 5:17 Mill Hill mile, ran 8:44 on the track for 3,000 as well this year. So he's in the shape and he's showing it here as he opens up a gap. Ballydrain coming through there very strongly as well.
Yeah, David Spalding from Ballydrain Harriers. Ballydrain Harriers, of course, are kind of known for their Masters division, so it's really great to see them fielding a strong senior men's team today. Jared Martin got them off to a really good start. He was very close to Finn Diver on that first leg, but it looks like David Spalding is trying to continue that good form.
And just as we say that, Craig McMeekin off North Down, A team coming through. Craig, a regular in the Northern Ireland fixture list, and he will probably be appearing, I would say, next weekend at the Bangor 10K, his home race, as we see Ballymena and Antrim coming through from Annadale Striders. We were, of course, talking to the Annadale Striders senior women winning team in the women's race. The men had a lot to live up to, but they're running well, and I think we're probably going to see, I think the gap is probably increasing for Newcastle. They were coming through there with Niall Goodman and he looked comfortable, he looked in control. North Belfast maybe just starting to fall off the pace.
Yeah, definitely. Niall Goodman looked to be in a really good position there. But as we say, Mark Cornett is in a slight advantageous position. He is potentially going to be able to shelter off Niall Goodman. and as we say, wind is picking up a little bit, sun has gone down, so the conditions are maybe not quite so favourable to solo running. Coming through there, we also saw Beachmount Harriers. They kind of maybe had dropped down into 4th position on this first lap of the second leg, but I'm sure JJ Gracie, who is making his return to the sport on that final leg, will be looking to claw back a few places.
As we see Adam Withers off Eastdown coming through onto his second lap. Eastdown in about 8th or 9th position.
It's nice to see so many young ones out. Not out fellas a good me standing in there.
And we will try and get a few words with some of the athletes that have just finished their legs.
See who comes round. It's going to be close. I think we're going to have the first 4 teams all closed up together. If you hear the noise in a second, just be turning around in this damn chair.
Ballymena runners coming through just ahead of Ballydrain.
Yeah, Ballydrain Harriers B team coming through there. They fielded 3 senior men's teams. Ballymena runners also have 2 teams, with their A team being led out by James Hamilton, international Paralympic athlete that is now focusing more on his marathon career. It's great to see him keep back at a Northern Ireland Ulster Championship.
I think he was running in the Antrim Coast Marathon just a number of weeks ago. As we see the Eastdown B team coming through.
Followed by Scramble Striders, Colton Harper, and we're going to have a Lagan Valley man.
Lagan Valley AC's Chris Tinsley coming through. So it shouldn't be too long before we see the appearance of Niall Goodman coming into the home straight. As I say, the leading runners would be looking to be running in around the 9:40, 9:50 sort of range, as we see Niall Goodman making an appearance from the car park area. He is in a very strong leading position. I can see Mark Cornett coming into sight now. He's about 100 metres further back.
It's Newcastle holding on to the lead. David Spalding has come through for Ballydrain.
Newcastle AC. David Spalding has made an incredible surge to close that gap on Newcastle, as we see Niall Goodman coming through. Ballydrain are not going to be too far away from Newcastle as we go on to the third leg. Mark Cornett in third place for North Belfast Harriers. Newcastle come through. Robbie Hagan is out onto the third leg.
Second leg man goes. Couple of seconds of a gap.
We got Chris Drysdale for Ballydrain Harriers taking over after David Spalding making an excellent move to get into second position. Mark Cornett is going to hand over to James Traynor as North Belfast Harriers enter this third leg in third position, with Craig McMeekin from North Down making up some ground.
As Mark Carberry goes on to the third leg for North Down.
22. North Down, Craig McMeekin 9:42.
And just checking there, a 9:42 leg there from Craig McMeekin, which would surely be one of the faster legs off the day so far. And it seems to be a great finish here between Beachmount and Scrabo Stribers here coming through to commence the third leg.
It's at 9:35. Then we have Newcastle man, I was on top at 9:39. David Spalding 9:51. That's Ballydrain over the line in fifth place.
As we see,
so Beachmount 10:59.
Annadale Striders coming through. That is Ronan McCoy handing off to Kieran McKendry. that noise in the background is just an EasyJet flight just passing over, and we're joined now by a Newcastle and district legend, Owen Totten. Owen, you were on the first leg today. Talk us through how it went for you. You sort of got drawn a rough straw and were leading for a large portion of the leg. Just talk us through how it unfolded for you.
Yeah, well, I came out of the cryogenic freezer from October 2019 after the Dublin Marathon and thought I'm ready to go. Changed my shorts. My beard had grown a wee bit, but yeah, I just went out and did what I always do. Went out to the front and just held my place. And I thought I had your man behind me on the back straight in the final lap. And then I realised my mistake when he opened up a wee bit of a gap on me at the final corner there. Got about 10-15 metres on me. And yeah, that gap stayed the same towards the end. So I don't think there's anything more I could have done. So yeah, I'm just glad to be back running.
Very good. And how does it? Obviously, you know, the relay is just over. It's about 2.1 miles. You're used to. You're in the marathon sort of mode now. How does it feel trying to get that sort of turnover going over the sort of 2 mile, 3 mile distance?
Yeah, it's something that doesn't come naturally to me, and I need to actively work on it. You know, I need to be doing my strides during the week. I'm not always the best at doing them, but it really takes me a process of maybe 6 to 8 weeks to really get that turnover. And in fact, it actually ends up averaging out over consistency that runs into the years for me. So I'm a very cold engine when I get started. So I'm actually proud enough with that effort today, to be honest.
Absolutely, running well. And just in saying that, the Newcastle team in the lead and you look strong. I mean, it'd be hard to bet against you at this point to maybe take it home.
Like, I'm delighted to see the club doing so well. Like, when I joined the club 15 years ago, we didn't really have a massive active junior wing, and the fruits of that are really starting to pay off. Like, young Niall Goodman is running brilliantly, and we're delighted to have Robbie Hagan on the books as well from the East Down area. And Patrick's a good friend of mine and has been really chipping away over the years and has gone through some tough times himself. So we're all in good nick, and it's come together well on the day.
Very good.
So hopefully we'll hold it.
And have you any marathons planned, or are you just sort of getting back enjoying it, or any racing in the near future?
For those of you who know me, like, I'm very type A, so for me to like say I'm gonna target something it can be to my detriment. So I'm going to give Bangor 10k a run out next week, assess from there, maybe enter myself into the Barcelona half in February next year. Okay. And then we'll just see how we'll come out of that, and if things are looking good, it might be a late spring marathon, but I might be pushing it a wee bit, so we might be looking as far out as Dublin 2024.
Very good, very good. That was Owen Totten of Newcastle and District. Thanks very much, Owen. And hopefully Newcastle can bring it home for you.
Fingers crossed.
Just as we look down, East Down coming through, and they are closely followed by Mollusk. Sorry, it looks like Jog Lisburn. And behind that, it's Robbie Hagan of Newcastle and District. He has a massive advantage over second place Ballydrain Harriers as he comes through into the second lap. He's looking very comfortable, not in much strain, as we look down to see Ballydrain Harriers coming into sight now. I would say Robbie Hagan has possibly a 40-second advantage. The wind is picking up. The conditions are getting a little bit more tricky.
Ballydrain will go next.
Ballydrain, though, will be getting underway on this fourth leg. Sorry, into the second lap, should I say, on this third leg. I'm just looking over to see who's coming in on the fourth legs. It looks like we will be seeing Patrick McNiff coming in for Newcastle and District on that fourth leg. Patrick getting back into a bit of shape this year after a few injury problems.
Second, third place in the podium. Number to Northern Ireland Ulster Road Relay Championship event. So team medals up for grabs.
As we look down and see Beachmount Harriers alongside Ballydrain, North Belfast.
Thanks to those team managers that brought back the unused chips. Any more team managers, please, that have unused chips, please bring them back to me. Registration is closed, so the only place you can hand them in is back to me here at the Victoria Park AC tent. So, Beachmount going through in fourth, North Belfast fifth, Lagan Valley finishing. Many of you got left, Barry? It's Graham. Just the one, right? Liz, just one? Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. So one team still to go. This is Striders.
Annandale Striders just coming through there, I think in about 6th place. That's Kieran McKendry.
As he heads on to his second lap of the third leg.
He will eventually pass on to Owen Carlton.
So Striders away line.
Coming through, we're also seeing...
Looks like Cian McDonald off Ballymena and Antrim.
Slipped up in 2, 4, 5.
He will pass off to Bernard Brady as Ballymena and Antrim. Great to see them back with a senior team. It's been a while since we've seen them fielding teams at Ulster and Northern Ireland Ulster Championships, I think.
It really is, and led out by Masters athlete Gareth Hill. As we see Sean Malarkey of City of Derry Spartans. He's had a great summer, sub 15 minutes on the track for 5,000 metres and had an excellent cross-country campaign. Jacob Crawford of East Down AC. And he has the gloves on. That gives you an indication of the drop in temperature over the last couple of hours.
We had sunglasses about 2 hours ago and we've now got gloves, so if that gives you an idea of the temperature drop in the last few hours.
Long turn. Active going.
Hi John, thanks.
And here comes our Scrabble Strider. Okay, Graham, about a 3-minute lap and you're in the lead.
And Scrabble Striders coming through as they head out on their third leg.
So that's everybody in.
How are we looking there?
Third leg 2.
We're even in the top 10.
We actually have Aaron McGrady who's heading out on the fourth leg for East Down. Aaron, what are you expecting to just a good solid run in this fourth leg, try and claw back a few positions?
Be looking to get a few positions back, yeah, maybe make our way into the top 10 here. That would be nice. Just be good for the club after the women got a great
a fantastic
third place, yeah, fantastic place.
Absolutely. So no pressure on the men at all. Obviously, top 10 would be a great finish.
I think so. There's a strong enough crowd out here at the front. So Newcastle have a great strong team out. So yeah, and plenty of other clubs have a good one. So yeah, we'll be good to get into the top 10.
Absolutely. That was Aaron McGrady off East Down. He's on the anchor leg.
City Derry Spartans going through. City of Lisburn and Ballydrain in that order.
Just seeing City of Derry Spartans B team, City of Lisburn and Ballydrain Harriers C team going through the start-finish areas. We patiently wait for our leaders to come through.
I think we can see them just with my height advantage. I can see Robbie Hagan coming through for Newcastle and District, and I think they are a very long distance ahead. I don't think anyone is going to be stopping Newcastle today.
Yeah, it was kind of after Niall Goodman's leg.
Robbie Hagan.
Sorry, David Spalding of Ballydrain was really did cling on to him as much as possible, but Newcastle have really extended their lead.
And I think it's only going to get stronger as well because we have Patrick McNiff out on that final leg, and I can't see that gap changing anytime soon. I reckon Patrick could probably just get into tempo mode, just cruise the ship home and get the win for Newcastle and District.
North Down have come through on Ballydrain, so North Down have
and it is North Down that are now in second position, and Mark Carberry is going to hand over to Jamie McMeekin. Close behind him was Chris Drysdale of Ballydrain Harriers, and he's going to hand over to Luke Wallace. Pretty close battle there between Ballydrain Harriers and North Down. North Down's Mark Carberry doing great to overtake Ballydrain Harriers there to secure the second position.
It will be a great battle for that second and third spot. Will we see anyone emerge in the fourth spot to come and challenge for that podium position? As we look down, we can see Beachmount Harriers running well as well. Beachmount had aspirations of a top 10, possibly top 5 position today. We're talking to one of the coaches at Beachmount, Michael McGee. as they come through, and they get their fourth leg underway.
It's JJ Gracie making his return to the sport on the fourth leg for Beachmount Harriers. He's had a bit of a very long spell out with multiple knee and hip injuries, so it's really great to see him back here running for his club Beachmount. It's a proud day for the whole family to see him back.
As we see East Down's Adam Morgan and Kieran McKendry of Annandale Striders.
East Down with a lap to go. We've got North Down coming in to change over
Kieran
as
McKendry
well.
passing over to Owen Carlton, Annandale Striders.
Gone with a very risky fluorescent short with the Annandale singlet.
And that is James Traynor from North Belfast Harriers. Is going to pass over to Niall Armstrong.
As we see Sean Malarkey of City Derry Spartans coming through. A strong leg from him as he passed it off.
So leg time so far, Newcastle 9:48, North Down 10:08.
Jack Crampsey is going to be taking the last leg for City of Derry Spartans.
Annandale Striders 10:43, North Belfast 11:58. City Derry Spartans just in 10:14. So fastest time still remains as 9:39. No, it wasn't. North Belfast first leg 9:35.
We're just hearing word there that the fastest leg of the day so far is Cahir Purvis, 9 minutes 35 seconds. Tremendous running from Cahir. He's in great shape and showing it there today in that first leg. Ballymena runners coming through to finish their third leg. Jacob Crawford of East Down coming through as well to get East Down underway in the fourth leg. We were talking to him just a number of minutes ago. Aaron McGrady is away on the fourth leg.
Yeah, the gloves stayed on for that entire run. I sort of thought maybe the gloves would have come off as he got a bit warm.
So it probably won't be long until we see the red and yellow of Newcastle and District's Patrick McNiff. A sizable lead over second place, and at that time it was Ballydrain, and I can see Patrick McNiff now. He's coming down the home stretch, stretching the legs out, and he looks to be just bounding along, no one near him, and I think he could probably just, as I say, just cruise it home, but he has other ideas of possibly chasing down that fastest leg of the day, which, as we just previously mentioned, is Cahir Purvis of North Belfast Harriers, 9 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, I could definitely see Patrick trying to challenge for that today. He looks very, very strong. He also has come back from, some challenging, difficult injuries, pretty difficult injuries that I'm not sure anyone could believe is possible to come back from, but it's great to see Patrick out here. He looks very strong. Just as we feel the wind pick up, Patrick McNiff coming through to take this last lap on our final event of the day, the senior men's.
And he took a wee glance down at the wash just as he was coming through there, so he probably has an idea of what he has ran for that first lap, and he knows what he has to close in if he is to try and get near that 9 minute 35 second mark of Cahir Purvis. And we were told earlier on that there is a bonus incentive for that fastest leg of the day, so that will be on their mind. I think it's £100 cash bonus, so that is something to keep in mind.
Just makes the day a bit sweeter. A little bit of cash goes a long way, so it'll be a bit of a battle between Cahir and Patrick here to see who can get that bonus.
As we say that, we see City of Derry Spartans coming through to get their fourth leg underway. That's Jack Crampsey. Gets out on the fourth leg.
I'm just watching the shoes, Gary, going past. It's like they're still making a damn fortune, aren't they? Still making a fortune.
As we see North Down coming through. North Down's Jimmy McMeekin, and that is second place, of course, so Newcastle have a sizable lead.
North Down will be second. We had Ballydrain.
And that looks like Beachmount Harriers. JJ Gracie really storming down the home stretch.
and in third place coming through to take the final lap is Luke Wallace of Ballydrain Harriers. In fourth position we've just spotted JJ Gracie of Beachmount. He'll be looking to see if they can get Beachmount back on the podium here at the Northern Ireland Ulster Road Relay Championships.
I think third place is definitely on for Beachmount Harriers. They're definitely well within reaching distance of clawing back the Ballydrain, should I say, the Ballydrain runners outfit. So Beachmount Harriers in fourth place, JJ Gracie coming in fifth place. That looks to be Owen Carton of Annandale Striders, and he is looking very comfortable. Looking very smooth indeed. So can he maybe close in on fourth place?
Yeah, Owen definitely started a little bit further back than that. I think they were maybe in fifth.
He's made up a huge amount of ground.
And he's also made up a big gap on the sixth place runner.
Victoria Park and Collinswater. 3 teams to go.
Where is Kerry? Do you want me to do that?
And John Lisburn going. We're keeping the best to last.
As we look down, we see the City of Derry Spartans coming down the home stretch. And they are in sixth place at the moment, and very comfortably in sixth place. I don't think anyone's going to be getting within touching distance of them, so it's well strung out the field. Newcastle, of course, in a commanding position. Just as I say that, we have Kerry O'Flaherty over. She is supporting the Newcastle team today. Patrick McNiff is in a commanding first position, just as we see Aaron McGrady coming round into the home stretch. Kerry, you are obviously going to win this, I believe. I mean, you are too far ahead, surely, at this stage.
Yeah, it's great to see all the guys out there today. They've got a really strong team at the moment. You know, we've got other good, strong runners there as well, the likes of Zach Hanna and so on. So, you know, it was hard to choose a team today, but, you know, we've chose a strong team and they've all run really, really strong legs.
Very good. So you definitely have a good strength and depth there that you can maybe even have put 2 teams in, which would have fared pretty well.
I would say so. We could have put 2 teams in. Also in the Masters, we've got a really strong Masters team as well, male and female. So we could have had a few teams out today. It's just getting everybody together, as you know. You know, it's hard to get people, you know, certain times of the year, and especially with the cross country tomorrow as well. So you know,
plenty down at it as well, will you?
Yes, we've got a women's team out in the cross country tomorrow. So hence not having a women's team here today. You know, so you know, it's now 10 to score for the cross country. So it's pretty hard scraping that together. But you know, hopefully we'll go well tomorrow. You know, it's great seeing the Newcastle girls and men doing so well.
We'll just end it there with Kerry. Thank you very much. As we see Patrick McNiff coming in to the home straight. He is miles ahead of second place. It was Ballydrain at one point, it was Northdown at one point, but Patrick McNiff coming through for Newcastle and District to take the senior men's win. A commanding victory for Newcastle and District as Patrick McNiff has come through. It'll be interesting just to get a time on that final leg from Patrick as he came through looking very comfortable indeed. So it'll be interesting. It looks like it was 9 minutes 48, so it looks like Cahir Purvis will probably have the fastest leg of the day in 9 minutes 35 seconds. As we see Mollusk Harriers coming through.
So 9:39 leg 1, 10:01, 9:48, 9:48.
As we try to keep an eye out who will be in the remaining podium places. As I say, we had Northdown, we had Ballydrain, we had Beachmount. JJ Gracie had a bit of a gap to make up. Can he get Beachmount into the top 3? It was definitely on, but here we go. We can see it's going to be Northdown coming through here. It looks like it's Jamie McMeekin, and he is clear in third place. And Ballydrain have a number of teams in. I don't think that is the Ballydrain A team, so it looks like it's going to be Northdown to come in to take the silver medal position, commanding second place. So who's going to get that third spot? Can JJ Gracie reel in third place Ballydrain? And we can see Ballydrain now. We can see JJ Gracie, but it looks like it's going to be too much for him to try and get back on. Ballydrain probably have about 80 metres on Beachmount, so it looks like the podium positions have been decided unless JJ Gracie can somehow muscle an outstanding finish. But it looks like it's going to be Ballydrain coming through to take bronze in the NN Ulster Relays 2023. City of Derry Spartans coming through there as well. That's Jack Crampsey. And then we have Beachmount's JJ Gracie in fourth place. A great run from JJ Gracie. It'd be interesting to see what his time was there. Maybe went out a bit keen in the first lap. Possibly too big an ask just to try and maybe close down into the top three, as Owen Carlin comes through looking very strong in fifth place for Annandale. As we see North Belfast coming in to finish.
So fastest leg of the day, Owen Tottenham leg 1 for Newcastle, 9 minutes and 39 seconds. So far, John Glover says, you know something I don't?
And we actually have JJ Gracie with us. He was trying to get Beachmount back into the top three. JJ, you were trying to close down the Ballydrain athlete. It just probably was just a bit too far. If maybe there was a bit more road, you maybe would have done it, but you just had too much to do probably.
Yeah, well, it's nice to think that way, but no, I feel like I should have caught him. There's he had someone running with him towards the last 300 metres.
You seemed to be quite isolated for a large part of it, so it was always going to take its toll, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. No, I didn't run as fast as I wanted, but no, it's good to be back running anyway.
Good to be back running. You've had quite a long stint out with injury and whatnot, so it's great to be back, obviously, and you're straight into the winter training with the Mark Kirk running group.
Yeah, no, Mark Kirk got me back in the group after 3 years of injury, so this is only my second race back, but no, it's a great training group, especially that guy Carty. He's brilliant to train with.
Right, very good, okay. So Beachmount, I think Michael was saying a top 5 position would have been great for the club, and you were fourth there by the looks of it. So a fantastic run for Beachmount, and they were well represented today as well. We had Beachmount across basically all the races, which is great to see, obviously. So what's next on the radar for you then?
I think Ulsters, but to be honest, I'm just happy to be running and training. But Ulsters are definitely up next in about a month's time or so, and hopefully can get a lot of fitness back that I felt like I lost over the injury time. But yeah, no, Beachmount did well today. I think all the other guys were younger than me in my team today, so hopefully another year or two we can kind of show what potential we have.
Absolutely. That was JJ Gracie of Beachmount Harriers. And we are just looking down and we see East Downs D Murray cruising through here. He has another lap to go. And they will be doing the podium presentation very, very shortly, so we will just keep an eye on that as well, of course. We will make our way over there. So that will be taking place very shortly, just as we make our way over.
For the last race, the senior men. And I think we have a new team on the podium.
He's just come around now.
Great show from Ballydrain. Bronze medal. A big cheer for Ballydrain.
Does not turn off? No. Just as we make our way over to the podium for the senior men's race.
Nobody great teams on the podium next year. And then second place, not done. I don't know how many podiums they have today. Really great turnout from not done this year.
Now.
Silver. First place, Newcastle. Gold medalist. Northern Ireland and Ulster champions.
So Ballydrain in third, Northdown in second, and then as we see Newcastle and District taking the gold in the senior men's race, a team comprising of Owen Totten, Robbie Hagan, Niall Goodman and Patrick McNiff.
6 years ago, so they were 6 years ago on the first step of the podium. That was in 2017. So it's great comeback from Newcastle. Brilliant.
I think Owen Totten has taken on captaincy duties as he raises the trophy aloft for Newcastle and District.
Have my own watch recording my own wee watch on.
I get the other one.
Mike Short, 77, 78, 79.
That's fine.
Get back in. Put your buffs on. Put your buffs on.
Are you doing on the road? Yeah.
This way. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Peter's like giving instructions and Are you guys all good? Okay, we are joined by the winners of the senior men's race today at the Northern Ireland Ulster Road Relay Championships 2023, Newcastle and District. Congratulations, lads. First one, just a quick chat with Owen. He says he doesn't want to take up too much of our time, but you got the team off to a really great start. How delighted are you that Newcastle have won the trophy?
I'm very delighted. I mean, I'm actually proud of the guys. Like, to be honest, I've learned a lot from them because they're very humble. And I think that's very important, and it's always a lesson that I need to remind myself of, you know, because I've got very high expectations for myself. But honestly, it means a lot to win something like this as part of a team, and that's really what the sport's about. So I'm just delighted for the four of us, to be honest.
So we got them off on the second leg, Niall. We've seen you a little bit on the track this year, haven't we? Indoors and outdoors. How is it?
fit, probably the fittest I've ever been. Had a pretty good season around the lake, so felt good today, and I just tried to get back into the lead there for our leg, and brought it home.
Yeah. Well done. What about for yourself? You're on the third leg. But how did that third leg go for you? We've unfortunately seen maybe a little bit in decline in the conditions today. It was beautiful this afternoon, but as it's got a little bit later, a little bit cloudier, how did you find the course and the conditions today?
Yeah, it was grand. Like there was a bit of a wind or headwind coming down, but Owen and Niall run really the first 2 legs really well. Like, and it's just up to me to just try and kick on and just hold that there, and then let Pat have the glory in the last leg.
Well, Patrick, it's really nice to see you running again. Do you know what time you ran today? We were trying to find out. We were wondering.
It was 9:40 something, I think. I think it was 9:40, so I don't actually not totally sure, but listen, if I lost it from where we were, I think I would have got it. I actually probably would have had to quit, to be honest. So no, it was easy enough to the end, but yeah, it's just good to be out here. Like, it's good. The group of lads train together, so it's nice that we can celebrate something, and it's a good way to start the season. I think we're all doing Bangor next week, so it's a good wee tester before that. So yeah. All good.
I was going to ask what's next for you, but you already told me Bangor next week. Any ambitions for that, or are you just going out to see what happens?
See what happens. I personally, I'm just going to throw myself into the group and then hang on and see what happens. And yeah, I mean, I did it before and blew up at 8k, so hopefully I can hang on a wee bit longer this time, but we'll see.
Well, I'm hoping you can hang on next week and make it all the way to 10. Congratulations to Newcastle and District AC on your win.
Thanks, Katie. Cheers.
Alright, so close there by the time it started.
Never have it as a pet. You've no brother sisters, do you?
Yes, probably just
So speaking of Johnny, you're over in Edinburgh, and Johnny was over there now, like, and you guys weren't running much, or I didn't realise that was the reason, like, you checked points.
It wasn't my choice, like.
You get older, like, you work more, don't you? Like,
Maybe on golf.
Yeah, I've done golf. I look at the Irish Open,
We're over at the ladies thing.
Yeah, it was really good.
I love being there, like. Nice meeting about it.
I'll keep that fine.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Well done, everyone. See you all soon. Best of luck for Ryan. I started back running about 2 weeks ago, literally. So.
I'll get you
we're going to do it. But this one is easy, compared to the organizers.
Looking like Kitty.
So we're here just with the chairman of the Victoria Park and Connswater Club, Gillen. Gillen, just talk us through how you think the day went for you. It was a very hotly contested event, plenty of great memories made. What was your assessment of the day?
Yeah, we had a great mix of clubs this year, and we have even seen clubs that are not usually in the podium stepping out on the podium, which is great. So some years races are dominated by a couple of clubs, but this year it was hotly contested by a lot of clubs from all around the country. So that was great to see.
Very good, and we had obviously clubs from all around the province, from Coleraine to, Derry's, Downpatrick, everywhere was covered pretty much, so no stone was left unturned. And then again, like for next year, then you should be looking to build, year on year for the event. So you're obviously looking forward to the future to try and make it bigger and better.
That's right. I don't know yet what will be the comments for this year, but last year we had great feedback, and we had a team from the Dublin area, Clonleaf, and they said to us that the relay here in Northern Ireland also was far superior than to the road relay races in Dublin. So we want indeed to build on that and attract teams for the whole country, but even Scotland and Wales and England next year. So that's why we decided to live stream this race this year, is to try to reach out to clubs over all over Ireland and all over the UK. Yeah.
Very good. That was Gillen, the chairman of the Victoria Park and Connswater Athletics Club. Thanks very much, Gillen, and good luck for your preparations for next year.
Thank you very much, Neil. We actually we'll think whether we can bring this race a little bit earlier next year, probably first Saturday in September, just at the end of the track and field season. Because this is kind of a track and field distance, and we don't want to mix it too much with the cross-country season, with the first cross-country race happening tomorrow.
Yes, very good, and we look forward to that as well. Thanks very much, Gillen. Thank you. Great. I'm going to end.